Welcome back. Welcome back. We back at it, man. They finally uploaded. I think they had been uploaded it or they streamed it, but it was a private stream. So they just unprivate it for the public to see. I'm guessing because it said 14 hours ago, and it says only a few hundred views. Hit that like button. Drop them free Jeffries. Appreciate everybody who's been pulling in every day. You know, tapping in with me. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Let's get into it. Excuse me. R.I.P. Big Scar. R.I.P. Big Scar too, by the way. What up, Walk Down ENT? Yeah, R.I.P. Big Scar, guy. This is the newest court session with Young Thug today, y'all. This is the newest one. What I think happened was, I think they had it like private, because it say 14 hours ago, so that means it's been on YouTube for 14 hours, but nobody could see it, so I'm thinking they had it private. They streamed it probably private. Probably was a private stream, but we about to tap in and see. We already knew the dude, YSL Obama, took the plea today. Another member of YSL. He died from an overdose. Sumerian lit. He died from an overdose. Rest in peace, Big Scar. Yeah, he died from an overdose, man. I heard it was perks. Fake perk or something. That's what I heard. We're gonna see. Smash that like, man. Smash the like, gang. Free thugger thugger. Give me some weed. Yak Gotti. I told y'all he cut the hair off.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and first put on the record in the matter of those particular individuals in indictment 22 SC 183572. I'm going to go ahead and call roll first, and then we'll go ahead and take up the preliminary issues and get to.
Yeah, no, I'm live with it right now, but this is from this morning. They just unprivated the video on their channel, so nobody has even seen this. I'm guessing they streamed it to a private link so nobody in the world can see it, but it only got like a few hundred views right now, so nobody's seen it, but it say 14 hours ago, but this is today.
The day's business. Let's see, Khalifa Adams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiara Ricardo.
Good morning again. Good morning, madam. Okay, Durante Beebe.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right, Damone, I should say Blaylock.
Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill, good morning, sir. All right. Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Adams, good morning. All right. Kadarius Dorsey.
Good morning, I'm Sunny Chad, I'm Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, sir. All right. Christian Eppinger. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. All right, Miles Farley and Mr. Meneas. Good morning, gentlemen. All right. Javon Fleetwood. Good morning, sir. Marcavius Huey. Good morning, Mr. Matthews. DeMonte Kendrick. Good morning, Mr. Weinstein. Demise McMullen. Good morning, sir. Tencurius Mender. Ms. Fagan, good morning.
Hey man, all I ask, I appreciate you, bro. Turtle, all I ask, man, y'all just please smash that like. I know it's late, so a lot of our people who we be in here with, the homies and shit, they ain't gonna know. So we gotta send that notification out. So please, there's 36 people here. Please smash that like, sending notifications out. Share the live, all that. Late night with it, man. I'm about to roll up.
Ms. Bernard, good morning, madam. Good morning, Mr. Myrick. Good morning, Mr. Harvey. Good morning, Mr. Nichols. Good morning, Misty Williams, and good morning, Mr. Ryan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wright and Mr. Sledge. Ms. Gladden, good morning. Mr. Stevens.
Hold on, I want to add something to that. I want to add something to the title, y'all. Hold on, right fast, cause this shit kind of is unique. They got Yak Gotti. Hold on. Hello? Hey. Yeah, I'm on live right now, though. Can I call you back? All right. Hold on, y'all. My bad. I just want to add. I want to add Yak Gotti name because they about to. I'm interested because everybody was saying, was he snitching? And so I gotta. Yeah, we gotta make sure we put this in the title so niggas can really know. You know what I mean? Because this is unique. This hasn't, I think Yak has been there, but now they speaking up and I think they finna talk, you know what I mean? Do some talking with his legal team and shit. Smash that like, gang, smash the like.
Mr. Botts and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen, and good morning, Mr. Stillwell. Good morning. Where's Mr. Hoover?
Peace and blessings.
There you are. You changed positions. All right.
Smash that like. Everybody coming in, man. It's late night, so you know we need to make sure we get everybody who's been following this case with us and shit in here, man. So we got to send them notifications out. Please smash that motherfucking like. That's it. I'm not gonna say it no more for a minute. So let's rock.
Good morning.
Good
morning, Mr. Hoover. Good morning, Mr. Sumlin. All right, and let's see. I think that's it. I think I've accounted for everyone.
Naeem was good, gang. Crypto was good. Nate was good.
Did I miss Mr. Garlington? What position number is he? Let's see.
This the newest one from today, y'all. This the newest one. They just unprivated it on their
I
account.
probably skipped. Hold on, let me just see. I get both of them. I probably skipped it. No, I did skip them. Mr. Fleetwood, where are you? Good morning, sir. All right. And then Mr. Garlington. Good morning, sir. Or anybody I missed? I don't think so. I think we got everybody now. All right. Housekeeping. Mr. Johnson and Ms. Rosenwasser, I understand that you have come to an agreement to, and would like me to sign an order to dismiss count 35?
Yes, Your Honor, I can get that order.
All right, Mr. Johnson, is that acceptable to you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead, Ms. Rosenwasser, if you'll go ahead and prepare that, I'll sign, just make sure Mr. Johnson has a chance to look at it. I will sign that otherwise. Okay.
I wonder what
check
the
that out.
prosecution trying to dismiss. That's kind of rare to hear them say they want to dismiss some shit.
Okay, Ms. Rosenwasser and ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hall's outside?
Investigator Hall is outside.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in, okay? Investigator Hall, good morning. I'm Judge Glanville. If you could go ahead and please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Deputy Lieutenant Gibson to be sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear to affirm the testimony to the court, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Take a seat.
Quentin Hall.
Spell.
Oh, he gang unit. This the gang unit. Look on his shirt.
Can you spell your first name for us, sir?
Quinton.
Hall, common spelling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Is the witness's microphone on?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That nigga want to make sure his statement clear, nigga.
Thank you. Investigator Hall, what is your current position?
I'm a gang investigator at the Cobb County Jail.
And how long have you been at that position?
3 years.
Do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I was detention officer for the sheriff's office as well before I became an investigator.
And how long were you a detention officer?
Since 2014.
Okay. Does your current job or any of your past jobs involve investigating gang members or classifying gang members at the jail?
My current job,
Can you explain your duties in relation to gang members in your current job?
I interview and classify inmates at the jail. I also investigate incidents at the jail that may or may not be gang related.
And when you say classify inmates, can you explain that?
That's
I
he was
interview and
snakes in
see
the shirt.
if they are or not gang members.
And why is it important to find out whether or not an inmate is a gang member?
As for the safety and security of the jail, individuals in the jail, inmates, and sometimes the gang members themselves.
Okay. Have you taken any training classes in gangs?
Yes.
Can you tell me what trainings you've done?
I took a gang investigator certification course through the GGIA, the Georgia Gang Investigator Association, in 2021. I've been to the GGIA gang conferences in 2021 and 2022. I took a gang identification and recognition course through GIPSTIC 2022. I took a basic gang class in the Cobb County Sheriff's Office in 2016.
Okay. And are there ever any handouts or presentations done at those trainings that you can read and learn about?
Yes.
This is a
Okay.
new video. It's new.
And-
For the last time, y'all, this is new. They just unprivated it on their channel finally, like about a half an hour ago. And I synced it randomly, and I was like, fuck it, let's watch it, nigga. It's late night, but let's watch it. Because, you know, we've been on it, so we're going to stay on it, you know what I mean? Free thugging them. And, yes, this is from this morning, y'all. And it only had like a couple hundred views when I noticed that they undid it. So this is new, gang.
And have you read
I'm rolling
anything about classifying gang members or had that presented to you at the trainings?
Yes, I read things on identifying gang members.
Okay. And what work did you need to do to become a gang investigator at the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office?
I had to work in the jail for a certain amount of years to get gang experience to become an investigator.
Can you explain how working at the jail gave you that gang experience?
Being around the inmates every day, basically, and being around their everyday movements.
Okay. Can you describe that a little more? Do you speak to them?
Yes, I speak to them, I work around them, I pass out trays, take them to medical.
Do you ever listen to their jail calls or their communication? Is there anything else like that that you do?
I interview inmates, I do cell searches to find different gang literature in cells, we check mail, things of that nature.
I'm going to stop you. What's gang literature?
Gang knowledge or information that the inmates might write down about what specific gang they're in.
Can you give me an example of what gang literature might be?
It might have gang lingo, who is above them, they're saying that they will have to say their nickname or the things of that nature,
Is that like an instruction manual for being in a gang?
basically.
Okay. Now, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit, and I believe we're on 6, 7,
Appreciate that, Hakeem. Yeah, y'all. This the real update, y'all. This is the real update.
15. If I may approach the witness.
You can't, has that document already been sworn, already been shown or given in discovery to all defense counsel?
Yes, though, I have it here if anyone.
Okay, all right, then you may approach.
Mr. Harvey, you may come see it if you'd like to see it, Mr. Harvey. It has been provided in discovery.
So you rolling up too? Yeah. I'm rolling up, man. It's bad weather outside
No,
anyway.
that's fine. Just keep one.
Perfect fucking time.
Yes, it was provided in discovery. Is it the CD? Yes, ma'am. If I may approach the witness.
You can, madam.
Yeah. Investigator Hall, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
How do you recognize this document?
I typed it.
What
He
is this
said I typed
document?
My CV resume,
Okay. Does there appear to be any major changes, additions, substitutions, deletions?
no.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 17 for the purposes of this hearing.
Any objection? All right, state 17 is admitted.
Investigator Hall, and if you need to refer to your CV, I can bring it back to you. Do you know about how many hours of gang training you've had? Would it help me to, would your recollection be refreshed with your CV? Thank you. If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
If you can review that and look up what your recollections refresh.
It would be over 100 hours.
So, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes,
Okay. How many hours of gang-related training have you had, sir?
that's maybe over 100 hours.
Okay. Now, have you had interactions with gang members personally? They've told you about their gangs and their
Yes.
affiliations at the jail?
Yes,
And to clarify, this is the DeKalb County Jail only, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Based on your experience and your training, are you aware of any gangs that exist in the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes,
Excuse me, let me object to the hearsay nature of this. This is both hearsay and there is a confrontation problem with what he is about to tell us. And it's from in custody individuals. It would be to a law enforcement officer and presumptively testimony.
Oh, so he must have got into it with one of them niggas.
Your
Madam,
Honor, we are qualifying him as an expert in gangs. It's for the purposes of determining whether he can testify as an expert in gangs in the DeKalb County Jail. So these objections would be right were he to testify at trial, but right now we're trying to show the court that he is an expert in the gangs in the DeKalb County Jail, that he's become aware of them, how he's becoming aware of them, his experience. We're trying to go to the Daubert factors, not, it doesn't go against the defendants in the same way that a hearsay would at the.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Harvey.
As a continuing objection.
Sure. Absolutely. Go ahead, madam.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And sir, what are the main gangs that you've become familiar with at the DeKalb County Jail?
Bloods, Crips, and GDs.
Are there any specific sects of blood that you become aware of?
Yes,
Can you tell me what they are?
G-Shine, Sex, Money, Murder, Billy.
Okay, and you don't see much of YSL at the DeKalb County Jail, right?
No,
Okay. Do you ever investigate gang members at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
And how do you do those investigations?
I listen to phone calls, conduct cell searches to collect items in their cells, such as the gang literature. We check mail, and we also interview inmates.
Okay. And how, if I can ballpark, about how many gang members in the DeKalb County Jail have you ever interviewed or spoken with?
Hey, please, 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 man. I appreciate everybody pulling up, man. We just get into the today's trial. Young Thug, Yak Gotti is here. YSL Obama is here. Nobody's really seen this yet. They just unprivated this shit on the channel like fucking an hour ago. I just asked if y'all please just hit that motherfucking like button. Let's turn this motherfucker up. Shout out to everybody, all the fans that's a fan of Young Thug, and I'm one as well. You know, this part of the culture, so we gonna tap in. Appreciate y'all, man.
Over 50.
Okay.
And roll your weed up too, nigga.
How many hours of jail calls have you listened to from gang members within the DeKalb County Jail? If you can ballpark it for us.
Over 1,000.
1,000 hours? Thank you. Do you ever review any social media accounts from people that might get cell phones within the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that's happened, that people have gotten cell phones in the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you please silence your phones?
Okay. And do you ever look at tattoos on gang members?
Yes.
Are you familiar with different gang tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. And do you generally review communications between gang members within the jail as well?
Yes.
Okay. Are people ever prosecuted as a result of your investigations?
Yes.
And so I know what are some common actions that gang-affiliated individuals at the DeKalb County Jail might take that warrant your investigations?
They usually commit physical altercations or assaults together at the jail.
Is that assaults of other rival gang members, or essentially is it gang-related?
Or it could be people that's not gang related or other gang members.
So I guess if I'm understanding is that gang members, if put together, may assault others.
Yes.
Is that a lot of the bulk of your investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you trained how to identify and classify inmates at the DeKalb County Jail that are gang members?
Yes.
Okay. How were you trained? Can you describe that?
We were trained to conduct the interviews to look for certain tattoos that might be an identifier, listening to phone calls, conducting our cell searches, trying to find gang literature in their cells.
Okay. And was that a specific method, or that was just general ways that you were taught to identify them?
Just general ways that I was taught.
Are there certain identifiers that you're trained to look for, and be as specific as you can?
Yes. Through literature, it might be purposeful misspelling where they're crossing out a C and replacing with a B. Through phone calls, they might replace the C's with B's, or tattoos, it might be a 5-pointed star with a B inside it or a flaming B. It just depends on the person.
Is that all for one type of gang that you discussed?
Yes.
What gang is that?
Bloods.
Okay. And do other police forces or agencies attend the trainings that you went to as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you said you were particularly aware of the Bloods gang at the DeKalb County Jail.
Yes.
Are you aware of the sex money murder gang at the DeKalb County
That's
Jail?
what.
Yes.
That's what YSL
Have you
is.
ever classified inmates as being members of the sex money murder gang?
Yes.
What are ways that you have classified? What are certain indicators if you're classifying someone as a sex money murder member?
They might have a tattoo that says Pete Boy, is reference to Pistol Pete, who's over the sex money murder Bloods. They might have something that says Blazer, where that's part of a saying of them, or we might find also gang literature in their cells where it just flat out says sex money murder.
Okay. Now, are you aware of have you had interactions with sex money murders at sex money murder members at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Okay.
He looked like he know he dead wrong up there doing this shit. They gonna be on your ass. He probably want to become like the sergeant of the jail though. So, but he look uneasy. Maybe that's how he look. He look uneasy to me.
Ballpark about how many members have you spoken with or associates?
Maybe over 20.
Okay. And are you aware if there's any leadership positions within the sex money murder gang at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And how have you determined who might be a leader of the sex money murder organization at the DeKalb County Jail?
Through phone calls that the inmates make.
Can you kind of describe what might be in those phone calls to lead you to your conclusions?
we might hear inmates say whoever the person is over this, is running things as far as murder in the jail.
Okay, so when you say running things as far as murder in the jail, what does that phrase mean to a layperson that might not understand that?
That they're the person that they have to answer to before anything happens in the jail. As far as the gang,
Okay. So if I'm understanding, before someone is harmed in the jail, they have to go to a leadership position and confirm?
yes,
Has that been your understanding from your past investigations?
yes.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you, before you became a gang investigator, were you aware of any of this stuff we've talked about today? Was this something you just knew about? Or have you
I
learned
knew
about
of
it?
basic gang knowledge, but I learned through experience of being an investigator.
Okay. So there's certain things that you've learned through your training and experience that someone else might not know. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What are some of the specific things that you've learned that somebody off the street or me who isn't a gang investigator might not know immediately?
The lingo, some of the numbers that they might use, like 27 might stand for BG, which is blood gang, or just some of the lingo that they might say to try to throw people off.
What's examples of lingo? So you said 27 and
27 would be blood gang for certain people, or they might say change the C or B, or it'd be like I'm bull, or something, or instead of cat, bat. You know, it's something of that nature.
okay. Now,
Instead of cat back.
are you aware of an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey?
Yes,
Was he an inmate at the DeKalb County Jail?
yes,
Were you able to determine his position within, were you able to classify him when he was at the DeKalb County Jail?
I didn't do his classification, but he was classified at the jail.
What was he classified as?
Sex, money, murder, blood.
Okay, and were you aware of his status within that organization at the jail?
Yes.
What was that status?
We heard through phone calls that Mr. Dorsey was over the sex, money, murder, bloods at the jail at one point in time.
Okay, does that mean he was in a leadership position?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do you know, beyond just what you find in their cells, if someone's associated with sex, money, murder at the DeKalb County Jail?
Through phone calls, through their interviews of them saying, and just investigating through phone calls.
Okay. Now, how might inmates or how might gang-affiliated inmates show support for one another within the jail?
It could be putting money on phones or the commissary,
And when you say putting money on, what does that mean?
putting money on their accounts.
Okay, is that a way to show allegiance or affiliation with a gang?
It could possibly be.
Okay. And have you also investigated any conflicts within the gangs between the gangs at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of things might happen when there's a conflict between gang members at the DeKalb County Jail?
Physical altercations.
Okay. And is that when you become involved as the gang investigator?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked you about your job that that goes into your classifications that you might notice indicators, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to tender Investigator Hall specifically as an expert in gang classification at the DeKalb County Jail.
You said gang classification?
At the DeKalb County
DeKalb
Jail.
County Jail?
Yes.
What type of class, are you going
Just how he classifies gang members. So essentially a gang expert in DeKalb County Jail gangs only.
to, okay, is there somebody in this case that you are going to, is going to become relevant that?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if you heard Investigator Hall discuss Mr. Dorsey, but he's one of our defendants. And additionally, one of the counts in this indictment, as the court will see, is that Mr. Dorsey allegedly arranged a murder, tried to arrange a murder while he was in the DeKalb County Jail, and that we've charged that as a gang-related offense. So this would be relevant to show the gang affiliation. And once Your Honor hears from our other gang experts, it would be able to tie it, but this is relevant to show Dorsey's gang affiliation at the DeKalb County Jail.
All right. Okay, Cross?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, State. Sudi Chala Jimenez on behalf of Mr. Dorsey. How you doing, Investigator Hall?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. This first, I'm going to try to go in the same way that the State did. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start with your training. You said you received quite a bit of training, but most of it has been experience that you learned from working at the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You've always been worked at the jail or a detention officer, correct?
Yes.
You've never worked the streets?
No.
You've never actually had a patrol car and go out there and drive and pull people over?
No.
Have you ever conducted any interviews of anybody that's not in custody?
No.
Okay. When you talk to individuals that are in custody, do you Mirandize them? Do you advise them of their rights?
When it's dealing with a charge, yes.
Okay. In this case today, we are dealing with charges. You said that you've spoken with some people that you understood to be sex, money, murder. Did you Mirandize those people when you spoke with them?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to
Oh,
the way that he did it.
he ain't do it, cause he ain't do it. Why he ain't say nothing? See them niggas. I'm gonna tell you, YSL and them lawyers, they working. They all, some of them got their own little weird things, but Brian Steele and them niggas working.
Yeah, I sustain the objection.
All right, yeah. Now let's go back and
He tried to
focus
get
on
him.
your training. You've received quite a bit of training, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You actually testified when asked how many hours of gang-related training, you say you don't remember, right?
Yes.
And then you had to have your recollection refreshed. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you have so much training, sometimes it's just too much. You can't keep up with all of that. Is that right?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, that was argumentative.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Foreman.
All right. So when you were refreshed, and then you got a chance to look at State's Exhibit 17. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you?
No.
Your Honor, may I get a State's Exhibit and permission to publish?
He
Well,
was
it's me,
scared
so
too. He was about to
who you
spill the
gonna publish
beans.
it to?
just wanted for you to see it and you see it at the same time. So,
I don't need to. I mean, I'll have.
and also for the benefit of the other.
I have a copy of it, so it's fine.
Okay.
I don't think you need to
Well,
publish
is
it.
it okay if I hand him my copy? It is.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna move my joint over here. I'm gonna do something different today. Let's see if this works a little better, or is it gonna be too much in the way? Let me see.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
I discovered it.
You testified that you have, after refreshing recollection, you testified you have had over 100 hours of training. Is that right?
Yes.
You want to do a little math with me?
Yes.
All right. Can you please tell me, according to your resume, you received gang basics in DeKalb County Sheriff's Office on October 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many hours was that?
8 hours.
Okay. And then after that, let's say 8. After that, you also received narcotics and gang investigation from Dobbins Air Reserve Base on December 2019. How many hours you get there?
24.
Okay, 24.
Appreciate you, Memphis
Next,
Ghoul.
basic gang investigator certificate course on Coweta County Sheriff's Office on May 2021. How many hours you get there?
8.
All right, so now we got 8 again. Then we got Georgia Gang Investigators Association Conference in Savannah, Georgia. Beautiful city. You don't know how many hours you got there?
Both of those conferences were a week long, so it was 8 hours for 5 days. So
Well, you didn't put that here. Why didn't you put that on your resume?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now let's go to the last one. GPSTC, ChipStack, that's how y'all call it, right?
Yes, sir.
Gang Recognition and Identification Course, October 2022. And that was Gwinnett County Police Academy. How many hours is that?
24.
All right, so let's just add up the ones that you actually put a number of hours in there. How much does that add up to?
Nigga doing math for real.
I don't think the math test is for you, Mr. Johnson. Okay? Just want to help you out, okay?
About 66 hours.
66 hours. Would it surprise you to know that actually 8 plus 8 plus 24 plus 24 is 64?
64.
Okay, but you said 66.
Your Honor,
No.
I'm gonna object, whether he can do math is not relevant to whether he's a gang expert.
No, this is going towards his credibility. I mean, he testified after being refreshed.
You know what, you can cross in my trial in regards to that, but you just stick with the Daubert issues, or,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Oswald, is 64 greater or less than 100?
Let's move on, guys.
So you received over 100 hours of training, according to you. Most of that training has been pretty recent, hasn't it?
Yes,
I like this guy.
You claim that you've had a chance to talk to a Cordarius Dorsey, is that right?
yes. I didn't do his classification, but his classification was done at the jail.
So you said you didn't know his classification, is that right?
I didn't do his classification, but his classification is in our files.
Okay, so why are you here if you are not the one that did the classification?
I'm here for the expertise of the gangs in the Cobb County Jail.
Okay, so as far as you know, you were just given a paper that says that he is sex money murderer, is that right?
Yes, it's documented as
Okay.
a sex murder.
Who wrote this document classifying Mr. Dorsey as sex money murder?
An investigator that was on a unit at the time.
And what is that name?
Investigator name was Smith, Taylor Smith.
Taylor Smith. Does he
Yes.
know, is he still working with the cab office?
No,
And Taylor Smith, according to your knowledge of your business records, is the one that had a chance to interview Mr. Dorsey?
yes,
Did you ever interview Mr. Dorsey?
no,
Okay. So all you know is from we're lawyers, a business record that somebody gave it to you, right?
yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what I will mark as, hold on.
He probably got into it with Mr. Dorsey. I forgot who
Do you
Dorsey
have-
is. He got
With
into
you,
it.
whatever document you determined that my client is is claimed to be sex money murder?
No, I don't have it.
Do you remember that document?
Yes,
All right. What was that document called?
a gang classification.
Gang classifications. And then what does that document show?
It shows tattoos. It has basic information of the individual, and it also has a narrative that the person who classified the inmate wrote or typed.
Did that document that you reviewed, where you determined that someone else has classified?
Hold the fuck up, man. Hold the fuck up, man. Please, bro, we got 1,500 people in here. We got 123 likes. Y'all know I don't ask y'all for shit, man. I just say, please hit that motherfucking like button, nigga. I ain't gonna be monetized again until January 11th. All I ask is let's just spread this shit. And because it's late at night, or most places it's late at night. You know, we usually watch this in the fucking daytime and shit. I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, man, fix that, y'all. Come on, man. Run that shit up, man. Shout out all my moderators, everybody in the chat, man. Free thugging, man. Let's get back into it.
Mr. Dorsey, a sex money murderer. Did that document have any information about the interview that was conducted?
Yes,
Okay, and in that interview, do you remember what questions were asked?
no.
Okay. What type of questions would be asked to determine if somebody is or is not in a gang?
Usually they would just ask the person, are you in a gang?
And according to your memory, did Mr. Dorsey answer in the affirmative to that question?
Yes.
He did. And what did, according to your memory, what did he answer?
He stated he was a sex murder blood.
Okay. And again, this is a document, a record that has been given to the state. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we should have a copy of that somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Appreciate
in
everybody
that
smacking
document,
the like
other
button.
than,
Free
hello, Mr. Inmate, what is your affiliation? What else do they ask them?
Basic information as name, date of birth,
holidays, too,
address, social security, things of that nature.
Let me make my question a little more specific. Other than, hey, Mr. Inmate, what are you affiliated with? What other questions are asked that would trigger you making a decision as to whether or not somebody's affiliated with a gang?
No other question besides if they are in the gang.
Okay? So just to clarify, are you in a gang? Yes or no? And then what's your name, what's your birthday, what's your social?
Yes, sir.
Now you want to know their basic information, birthday, social, and all that, so you can keep track of them, is that right?
No.
Well, why are you asking for the social then? You're trying to get a gift card?
That's just part of the process of the classification.
But processes have a reason. What is the reason for that process?
Your Honor, he already answered that
He said, hey, yo, my nigga said you trying to get a gift card. My nigga talking hot. Hey, listen, Brian stealing all them boys ain't come to play. Hey, I like this nigga. This nigga, I told y'all, and he the freshest one. He got the best suits. Every day he got the best suits.
reason for that.
The fitted Steve Harvey joint.
All right. Now, do you also do their fingerprints?
No.
All right. Someone else takes their fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Does the person taking the fingerprints, do you consider them an expert in fingerprints?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, after having this interview with, I guess you said Mr. Smith, Investigator Smith had this interview, and then the main reason he decided to classify Mr. Dorsey as sex, money, murder is because he said, yes, I am. Is that right?
Yes, along with the tattoos or the picture of the tattoos that she took.
Are these interviews recorded?
No.
So it is just what the officer remembers, and we got to take her word for it.
Yes.
Now, let me correct that. Actually, we don't have to take her word for it because she's not here. We have to take your word that she did that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked on multiple occasions, what do you do to classify somebody? And if I remember correctly, you kept answering, we look at literature, we search the cells, and we listen to jail calls. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you look at literature, specific to Mr. Dorsey, what literature did you find in his possession?
I didn't find any literature in his possession.
I'm sorry?
I didn't find any literature from Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. Now, sometimes there's multiple steps because you want to corroborate, right?
Yes.
I mean, somebody can tell you, I am Billy, but they're really not. They are hypothetical. They might say, I am Billy, but they're not. They might be a gangster disciple, but they want to be placed with the police because maybe they have a reason to go in there and take care of something. Is that right?
Yes, that could happen.
People lie to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then once you hear something, you go and you look for more information. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't find any literature regarding Mr. Dorsey?
No.
Now, what are the identifiers of sex, money, murder?
Appreciate that, Blue Honey.
You might see a tattoo with a SMM. They might have a Portland Trailblazer symbol on them, or a blazer, or they might show two guns or have two guns, or you might see the word two guns.
Okay. And once you have a tattoo, is forever, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And is gang membership eternal? Are you a gang member forever?
Yes.
Okay. So once you're in one gang, you can't shift gangs.
You can,
You just told me that you're in a gang forever. How are you going to do that?
but it's still considered a gang.
Oh, okay, okay. Part of your
That
training,
was good. He on his shit.
am I right, is that they tell you to also consult with other agencies, correct?
Yes.
Because what you're doing is you're gathering intelligence, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't want to have just the intelligence of a small circle of information, right?
Yes.
Okay. What agencies do you consult on a regular basis?
The Cobb County Police Department and Department of Corrections.
All right, but that's still just the same group of people you're dealing with, right?
Yes.
Do you ever go out and consult with the investigators in Troup County?
No, I haven't.
Now, Troup County has a very big gang problem, don't they?
I don't know.
Your Honor, we're not qualifying this thing.
I sustain the objection.
So today, you're here to tell us that the only thing you only know stuff at the jail. All right.
Yes.
All right.
DeKalb County.
At the DeKalb County Jail,
Yes.
which is a different county than the county we're in today.
Yes.
These gang profiles that y'all create, do you share them with other agencies?
If they ask for them, yes.
Okay.
On the top side, no problem, bro. Appreciate
Have
the
you
like.
looked into gang profiles of other agencies for the same individuals?
I have asked for DeKalb County for this individual we're speaking of today.
Okay. You had asked, and what did you get as a result of you asking that?
I got a gang profile from that department,
For what department?
DeKalb County.
When did you get that?
I don't recall the actual date.
Was it like a few weeks ago, a few months ago?
No, it was months ago.
Months ago, okay. But you are DeKalb County, though.
Yes,
All right. So I'm confused. You being DeKalb County, you asked for DeKalb County's.
yes, the DeKalb County Police Department has their own separate gang unit.
Okay. And who is in that gang unit?
Different police officer detectives.
All right. Who's the detective you spoke with about my client, Mr. Dorsey?
I can't recall his name.
Okay. And then when he gave you this profile, he just emailed it to you, or how did you get that profile?
He just emailed it.
Did you have a conversation with him?
No.
Okay. Did you go back with him and say, hey, my information checks, it's the same as yours, or hey, some of your information is conflicting? Did you do that?
No.
Do you ever do that?
Yes.
All right.
Yo.
Have you ever done that with regards to my client, Mr. Dorsey?
No.
Why not?
I didn't see the need to.
You don't see the need to verify information that you've collected and other agencies have collected?
But
He already said he didn't see the need to.
I sustain the objection.
With regards to the two profiles that you have, one was made by the DeKalb County Police Department, that you don't remember the name of that officer, is that right?
yes, sir.
The other one was made by Investigator Taylor Smith, who was with the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little about those profiles. Are they both the exact same, or do they differ in some ways, and in what ways?
No, they'll be different. The DeKalb police will probably have more narratives of what they occur on with the individual on the street.
Do you know how DeKalb classifies, what information they use to classify somebody?
The DeKalb police, no.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a profile from the Atlanta Police Department?
Not that I recall of.
You didn't ask for one?
No.
Would it be beneficial to know what the Atlanta Police Department is saying about my client for your classification purposes?
No, Blue Hunted, I'm not monetized. I have always been monetized, but they put me on suspension for some bullshit that I didn't do. And they, if you know how YouTube appeals, so they be on some bullshit sometimes. It's hard to really get in touch with them. So I'll be back. I can't do it. It's no super chats, no membership, but it'll be back like January the 11th. But that's why I say fuck all that. Just please hit that like button, y'all. That's all I'm asking. Like, it's late night like a motherfucker, but hey, we got it in here and we one of the first ones, and we've been on this shit since day one. So shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Smash that like button. That's all I ask, my niggas. Free Thug out, free Big Slime out the cage, like Drizzy said.
It could.
Okay. Do you usually just do things by gut feeling, or is there a manual for you to follow when classifying somebody?
No, I think I'm not fair to that question. Argument is.
It is. I sustain the objection.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When classifying somebody, the things you do to classify them,
This
are
is
they
from
just the
today.
things that
It's
you
not from
do
the other day, motherfucker.
because that's what you feel like doing, or is there an actual number of steps? I mean,
This not a recap. It's the whole thing, yo. It's the whole fucking thing. All right. That's the last time I'm gonna pause it and say something, bro. This is not no. It's no clickbait. This is today. This is 14 hours ago. They just unprivated the video.
methodology given to you
I'm not
by the people who
addressing
trained
it no
you.
more, nigga.
Yes, it's certain things.
Y'all ain't on none of this other. Y'all know who channel y'all on, nigga. If it's we gonna keep it always solid with this shit. Come on, I ain't gonna do y'all like that. I ain't do y'all like that yet. This is today. Let's just focus on what the fuck they saying though.
Things that we would do in order to classify somebody.
All right, and that is, so it's not just whatever you want to do. There's steps you have to follow.
Yes.
All right? Please tell us what are those steps that you have to follow in classifying somebody.
Investigate phone calls, conduct cell searches to try to find literature, things of that nature.
No, but listen, that's just the
Yes,
same thing you can say.
it's no specific steps. It's just investigating.
Okay, so there's no specific steps. You just do whatever you want to do.
It's not whatever I want, but it's investigating.
All right. Now, do you know if other agencies follow the same steps you follow?
I don't know.
In this conference you go to, do they share best practices?
Yes.
What are those best practices that you've been taught about?
Well, as the agency, it's a lot of police departments, so their practices wouldn't be the same as mine in the sheriff's office.
Do you know what best practices means?
Any practice that benefits you the most?
Huh? Did you ever go to this conference? You're going there to learn, is that right?
Yes.
And as you're going there to learn, what did you gain from it? What did you decide, I'm going to start doing that because I like the way they do it?
Definitely phone calls.
Definitely phone calls. So you weren't doing phone calls before?
I was.
Okay. Have you ever learned anything new from this conference you go to?
Yes.
What?
Just how to prosecute different cases or bring about charges for different cases.
Okay. And you talked about that. You talked about part of your duties are to investigate and later prosecute. How many cases have you prosecuted as a result of your gang investigations?
Appreciate that, Derek Burke.
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3. Do you remember those 3? There's not that many. Which 3 were those?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names or...
It's public record, right?
Yeah, I would ask you if you want to, if you could just describe the details of those people, if those people are not related to this meeting.
I'll sustain the objection.
Appreciate that, Derek.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I don't think she objected to the question. She just objected to him saying names. But
Yes,
if you could give the details of these cases.
I've had gang initiations where people were jumped in the gang. I had people getting stabbed due to telling or snitching in the gang.
That's 2. What's the 3rd one?
It's pretty much the same. Usually jumping and physical altercations for the same. I maybe had another one where it was a physical altercation.
Appreciate y'all in the chat, man.
None of those involved Mr. Dorsey, did they?
No.
Okay. What gangs were involved in those that you prosecuted?
Bloods.
Blood's a very general term, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, which bloods?
G-Shine, sex, money, murder.
Okay. Now you said that you determine leadership in part based on phone calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because when people want to do something, they have to get permission from leadership. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You made a very big claim that my client, Mr. Dorsey, is sex, money, murder leadership. Is that right?
I did hear that at one point in time, yes.
You heard that at one point in time. When did you hear that?
Months or maybe a year ago.
A year ago? What did you hear?
We heard that Mr. Dorsey was over the sex, money, murder, bloods over the jail.
Is that what you heard somebody on the phone saying, Mr. Cordarius Dorsey is the chief executive officer of sex, money, murder? Is that what you heard?
Not in those words.
Okay, well then tell me what the words were.
The words were, yeah, his nickname, Juicy Boy Polo, he's running things in here.
Okay, who was in that phone call?
I don't recall the name.
Do you have that phone call saved?
I don't know.
Yeah, he is badgering them.
So you don't know who was in the phone call, and you didn't even save the phone call.
I could have said, I just don't remember if I did.
You guys have the capability of saving calls.
Yes.
Right. Now, I guess you don't have more information about that, so let's move on. Sometimes in calls, you determine somebody is leadership because they need to give the blessing for something to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
They need to approve a murder. Is that right?
Yes.
More specifically, I think you said that they need to approve the murders that happen at the DeKalb County Jail. Is that right?
Well, sometimes assaults, yes.
Okay. Or sometimes assaults. How many murders have taken place at the DeKalb County Jail since you've been there?
Murders that's gang related?
No, first let's start with murders. How many murders inside the DeKalb County Jail have taken place since you've been there?
One.
When was that?
I don't recall the year, but it was years ago.
Years ago.
Yes.
My client was at the DeKalb County Jail. He was an inmate there for some time, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when he was an inmate there?
Maybe 2019, I don't remember the exact year.
Maybe 2019. Through when?
Your Honor, he just said he didn't recall exactly when Mr. Dorsey was an inmate there.
I don't think that's what he said. The first he answered, my first question was when did he get there, and my second question is when did he leave? And he should be able to.
Well, if he knows, do you know when he arrived and when he left, sir?
No, I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. This murder you speak of, did it happen while my client was there?
No.
Mac Mizzle.
Okay, so unrelated to my client, that murder.
Yes.
Was that murder gang related?
No.
Okay, so you testify in direct that you can identify leadership because they give the approval for a murder, but is it right to say that there's been 0 murders since my client had been at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Is that because he prevented anybody from killing somebody?
Not of my recollection.
You don't know if he saved a bunch of lives?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you also said there's some assaults. Sometimes they got to get blessings for assaults. Is that right?
Yes.
I am going to assume there's been quite a bit of assaults and jumpings since you've been there.
Yes.
All right. How many of those assaults were approved by Mr. Dorsey?
I have no knowledge of how many that's been approved by him.
So first, that one of the factors is somebody giving permission to commit acts at the jail puts him in a leadership position, right?
Yes.
But you don't have any for Mr. Dorsey.
No.
What other factors do you determine when you're trying to see whether somebody is leadership or not?
It would just be through phone calls and different interviews with inmates stating.
Okay. Have you spoken with anybody that has told you that Mr. Dorsey is leadership?
No.
So today, you've testified in direct that you have determined his leadership. Is it fair to say that the only factor that goes into that determination, into your, potentially your expertise, your expert opinion, is that one phone call that you don't remember?
Yes.
All right. Who are the other leaders of sex, money, murder at the DeKalb County Jail?
I have no knowledge of that right now.
You are the gang expert at the DeKalb County Jail, right?
Yes.
Who are the, first tell me the structure. I know a little bit about police structure. You know, you have captain, chief, lieutenants, sergeants, deputies, and all that military, not as much as the court, but you tell me what is the structure of the sex, money gang at the DeKalb County Jail?
I can't tell you an exact structure at the jail.
No, don't tell me the exact one. Tell me whatever you got.
I just go about from what I investigated here on.
I'm gonna tell you, this dude right here, I might be the most impressed by him besides Brian Still, because even though Brian Still don't even be there, he was there like the first day. He gonna be there for trial, but he was there the first day. But this dude, he's so witty. You see, that's like them some of the best niggas to be around. Not even just getting your lawyers and shit, but be around people who witty, who can come up with shit like. Not every time, but don't be around, like, you got to be around people that can think on their feet. Like, even not just talking, but just, them the best people to be. If you're going to be around somebody, don't be around no slow poke ass, well, I don't want to say that word, but slow people. And I don't mean slow like, you know what I'm saying, that, but I'm saying like, this nigga, he witty. He on point. He got the mannerisms. So, hold on, but you the gang expert, though. You don't even know how to, you seen how he kicked that shit to him? He kicked that shit to him. I like this nigga, and this nigga got the suits, man. This nigga got them suits on, man.
You are the gang expert.
Hold on. He put that shit on right here,
Knowledge of that right now.
Hold on, my face. Oh.
You are the gang expert at the DeKalb County Jail, right?
Yes.
Who are the, first tell me the structure. I know a little bit about police structure. You know, you have captain, chief, lieutenants, sergeants, deputies, and all that military, not as much as the court, but you tell me what is the structure of the sex, money gang at the DeKalb County Jail?
I can't tell you an exact structure at the jail.
No, don't tell me the exact one. Tell me whatever you got.
I just go about from what I investigated here on phone calls or what I might learn from different things that I find through cell searches or something like that.
Cool. Based on that, tell me from what you just said, phone calls, search searches, literature, what do you know or do you think you know about the structure of sex, money, murder at the DeKalb County Jail?
I don't know. I will go based off of what the person said on phone call, or if they say they're running things, that would be my,
So you don't know?
no.
I don't think there's a point. Keep going on. No further questions.
Oh, look how he
anyone
getting that
else?
shit. He said, I don't think
Yes,
it's a
Mr.
point.
Wright, go ahead.
That ain't no big, it just, I'm talking about his demeanor though.
Back up here. Hello, sir. Quick question. In DeKalb County, you said you're not familiar with YSL, correct?
Yes.
As in correct, you're not.
I'm not familiar yet.
Okay. And you're not familiar, well, I think you said Billy's, correct? You know them.
I know them.
And Sex Money Murder, correct?
Yes.
And these are all separate gangs, correct?
Separate gangs under the Blood gang.
Okay. But as far as you know, does YSL, is it just some sort of conglomerate, some big group that everyone gets to belong to? Is
Your
that?
Honor, I'd object. We're not trying to qualify him at all in YSL.
I
He's not
sustain the
going
objection.
to speak on YSL.
And your familiarity, or I think it's about 2 to 3 years back that you started your training?
Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't know anything going on back in 2015 related to gang activity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Just one or two questions, Judge. Well, just a few.
One or two?
Just a few questions.
Okay, oh. So you've learned, you got the Menendez method, huh? Is that
Exactly.
right? Okay, all right.
All right. Investigator Hall, I heard you use the word prosecute, that you have assisted or you've prosecuted at least, not at least, you said 3 cases, gang cases at the DeKalb County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does prosecute mean that you testified in court in regards to those cases?
I've done hearings, but I haven't been to actual trial for the cases yet.
Okay, you've never been called as a witness at a trial of a case involving any sort of gang activity at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
You have never been qualified as an expert, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in regards to your duties at the jail, you classify individuals at the jail. That's what you testified to, right?
Yes.
And that is based upon a variety of different information that you get. You can get it from a hearsay statement of another officer, correct?
Yes.
You can get it from a document, or your duties can get that information from a document prepared by somebody else, correct?
Yes.
That you have no personal knowledge of yourself, right?
Yes.
You can get that from a phone call that you might listen to, correct?
Yes.
Just a phone call like anybody else could listen
Put the camera on my nigga one time. They said, man, where that nigga that be talking that shit at, nigga? That nigga Danny, nigga.
to, correct?
Well, they would have to have the rights to listen to him in the jail, but yeah.
Sure, but I mean, if hypothetically a phone call is made at the jail and it's provided to, let's say, me in discovery, I can listen to that same phone call and get the same information that you get from that phone call, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea,
Jeffrey.
sir, how often inmates are wrongly classified as belonging?
This nigga Jeffrey got a crumb on his lip, don't it? What the
Sir,
fuck?
how
No homo.
often?
Damn, they got my nigga looking crazy in the motherfucker. Then nigga got nigga been eating bagels. Your bagel mouth ass. Your goddamn sprinkled lip head ass. Goddamn. Nah, free thugger though, man. They got my nigga fucked up with the breakfast sandwich still on their motherfucking lip, nigga.
Inmates are wrongly
Smash that like,
classified
cut it.
as belonging
I ain't
to
gonna pause it
a
no more.
gang or not at the jail?
No.
Okay.
Bagel lip.
That's all I have.
Jailhouse bagel.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is court. Sir, how are you?
Good.
Max Shard on behalf of Shannon Stillwell. You've never met my client, Mr. Stillwell, to your recollection, have you?
No.
You've never met my client, Mr. Stillwell, to your recollection, have you?
I never met him.
Okay. I just want to talk to you. I'm not going to ask you anything about Cordarius Dorsey. I just want to talk about your methodologies. When Attorney Jimenez asked the steps you followed, you spoke about listening to phone calls and looking for gang literature, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To me, that's talking about your sources of information. I don't want to talk about your sources. I want to talk about, once you have the information, how do you make the call about if someone's in a gang and what gang they're in, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you've attended conferences?
Yes,
Okay. To your understanding, as a gang, you would consider yourself a gang investigator, correct?
yes.
Okay. To your understanding as a gang investigator, is there a universal classification system used across the United States?
I wouldn't say universal. I don't know the other agencies' practices involving their classification.
Well, do they teach a certain classification system at the conferences that you attend?
No.
Okay. Are there a specific list of factors that you have been taught to consider before you determine if someone is in a gang or what gang?
Yeah, it would be based on investigating.
I understand that you investigate, but after you're done with investigations and have compiled all your information, do you have a set of factors that you consider to determine if someone is in a gang or not, and if so, what gang?
It would be based off what they give us or what we find. If I'm understanding the question right.
Well, you indicated that if someone says, I'm in so-and-so gang, when you talk to them, you might consider that in making a determination if they're in a gang.
Yeah, I would consider it, but I wouldn't just base it off that one statement alone.
Okay, so you would find it to be incorrect methodology to identify someone as a member of a specific gang based solely on self-admission.
Solely off self-admission, I would say it needs to be more investigating to find out if it's true.
Okay, so as an expert in gang investigations, basing it solely off of self-admission would be incorrect.
No, but I would say that you need to investigate more,
No,
find
he
out
just
more
said
things
that.
to prove that that person is part of that gang.
Right, so it'd be incorrect to base it
Incorrect.
solely on self-admission.
Yeah.
Admission. Okay.
I would say he's not fucking listening.
What other factors as a gang investigator do you consider?
Tattoos, the gang literature, as far as the jail, what we find, maybe statements by the person.
The person being the person you're investigating?
Yes,
Okay. And in your testimony is there's not a nationally, universally recognized scoring system or anything like that?
no, not universally recognized.
How about in Georgia? Is there a Georgia universally recognized scoring system?
No, not that I know of.
How about DeKalb County?
Yes, we do have a scoring system.
Do you use that scoring system?
Yes,
Okay, well, how does that scoring system work?
it's based on a certain amount of points. Maybe over 10 points, you would be considered a gang member, or 6 to 8 points, you would be an associate, and it's depending on what questions that they answer.
Okay, well, what are the factors?
If they have, that they state state affiliation, or they state they got jumped or blessed in, or if they are the defendants with somebody else, is multiple that I can't all recall right now on the paper.
Okay. And these points, if something doesn't apply, do you get negative points?
No,
So you just add points?
just add points.
Okay, and I'm not trying to trick you with something that you don't have in front of you. Do you have the ability right now to explain the point system to me? Like what's worth what points or anything?
I can't right now, no.
Okay, well, where is that located?
I would have that at my office.
Is it published anywhere by DeKalb County that the public can find it?
Possibly. I'm sure it would be published if requested.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Anybody else?
You look like a damn snitch. No, I looked at it. You look like a damn snitch. And he fake look like Ice Cube, don't it? Nigga, Rice Cube looking at goddamn.
Yes,
Spice
Mr.
Cube.
Williams.
They like Mac 10 and Ice Cube in one. Come on, man. Who
Good
that?
morning, Angela D. Williams from Mr. Ryan.
Okay.
You're aware that people join gangs for safety?
Yes.
Do you classify someone who joins a jail for safety?
Yes, we will stick.
Do you notify?
Basis.
I'd ask to clarify, she said, do you, she asked about people who join a jail for safety? I don't know if that was just a.
Well, yeah, why don't you,
He a CO.
I'll stand this form, Mr. Williams,
He a CO.
why don't you rephrase
He the
that?
gang
Okay, do
unit
people join
CO.
gangs in jail for safety?
Sometimes, yes.
Do you classify somebody who's in jail who joins a gang for safety?
Yes, we will still classify.
And do inmates get tattoos in jail after they've been,
Nice.
after they've been through intake?
Yes.
Okay, nothing else, thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Stage Space
Yes, Your
said,
Honor.
nice, call a nigga nice cube.
I guess I should say less than 100 questions, Rob.
Friendly ass nigga, nice cube.
I just have to figure something out. Are you a gang expert? Are you a DeKalb County jail gang expert? Or are you a DeKalb?
Nigga, I thought that was my nigga Mike Picks, nigga. Who been here since day one? Who don't Mike Picks? Thought that was my y'all go follow Mike Picks ATL, man. Hey, bro, I thought that was that nigga Mike, bro.
DeKalb County jail gang classification expert.
I ain't gonna
What
pause.
are you?
Your Honor, we've moved to classify him as an expert in classifications at the DeKalb County Jail.
Great.
Okay.
Which one are you?
I'm the DeKalb County expert in classifying at the jail.
Okay, so it's just classifying gang members
Yes.
At the DeKalb.
At the
at the DeKalb County jail. Okay. Now, in this role, do you have any experience or training going back to, I guess, the makeup of the gang, the history of all gangs, the hierarchy of all gangs, and I mean all gangs in the DeKalb County jail?
It would be based on what I find and what I investigate in the jail.
So, well, your training isn't based off of what you find and investigate. My question was, from your training, do you get that information to go into
At
what you're finding?
some trainings, yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. What type of trainings do you get with the background, the history, the hierarchy of gangs that you've been trained to help you do your job?
I haven't been trained. Well, the trainings I've been to, it doesn't go into the hierarchies, but it goes to basically identifying and recognizing.
Look at Bandman Kevo in the back with the vest on. ESTG.
You would
looking at it.
agree that not all gangs are controlled or even ran the same, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the Bloods specifically are completely different from
Groovy
the Latin
Gorilla.
Kings or the Crips or even the Aryan Brotherhood, correct?
Yes.
All right, so tell me your training and experience about, or what training experience do you have to separate certain gangs at certain times so you know who they are or you know where they are in the system?
As far as the jail, I would know by the literature that I find or the phone calls that I would hear.
And I get that you find stuff in your investigations. I'm still just talking about your training outside of your investigation. What are you trained to do that equips you to do that job? That's what I'm asking.
We are trained to identify certain tattoos that we will see. We will see maybe how they are talking, the lingo, maybe what flags they might be wearing.
Okay, so no specific training as to this is why I know it's a member of a blood, or this is why I know.
Yes, it would be things like a blood would have a 5-pointed star, or you might see a Latin King with yellow, or things of that nature.
Okay, and you put that into, I guess, this system when you're classifying a person, correct?
Would I put things that I found in my training, would I put it into that system that I?
Things that you learned in your training that gets you through your investigation.
Yes, I will put
you would
those
put that
together.
information in the system.
I will put that together, yes.
Okay, so in your experience, you already testified that people go into gangs for different reasons. So, in your experience, is there any time when someone gets out of a gang?
I haven't experienced it.
You haven't experienced it?
No.
Okay, so through your training, you've never had a class where someone has said some gang members get out of a gang at some point in life. You've never had that training?
I've heard of stories where there's been people who say they've got out of the gangs, but I haven't myself just experienced somebody getting out of a gang.
And that wasn't my question. My question is through your training and experience and just common knowledge, because the state's calling you an expert, you know that there are certain times when people get out of gangs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you've classified somebody as a gang, because that's your expertise, how do you declassify them if they get out? Have you been taught to do that?
No.
Okay. So basically, you just put stuff into the system. You don't know what happens afterwards.
Yes, you can mark them inactive or active, or if you have the knowledge, you can make a person an inactive gang member.
But I kind of just asked you that, and you said no. So let me back up. You put people in the system as a certain gang member.
Yes.
How do you take them out of the system as a certain gang member?
Well, we will mark them inactive.
Okay. Not take them out, just mark them inactive.
Yes.
Are you familiar that Georgia just got that new statewide gang database?
Yes.
Does the information that you put in that data or in your system go into that database?
No.
It stays only with you.
Yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, just briefly.
Yes, Ms. Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you.
First you get the money, then you get the power. Recipes dog, man. Smash that like, y'all. We got 3K people in here, man. I know it's late night. We getting they ain't unprivate this bitch until when I first seen this, it said 14 hours ago, and it said 358 views, and this was like 2 hours ago now, or like this was about 2 hours ago. So they had this shit private. They probably streamed it private or did it on accident, and then you know what I'm saying, put it out so we can see it. But yeah, man, this is from earlier today. This is the newest court date. This is day 4 with Thugger and them. Yak Gotti in there, Thugger in there, Obama in there, everybody in there. Everybody in that motherfucker. Except, well, we know who ain't in that motherfucker, but, you know, that's another thing.
Gina Bernard for Jaden Myrick. Good morning, investigator. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
So you are aware that when somebody gets arrested in DeKalb County, they go to first appearance, correct?
Yes.
And when they're at first appearance, every single person that comes in and is arrested is represented by, gets a public defender and is represented by a public defender, correct?
Yes.
And your interviews of these individuals comes after first appearance or before?
Usually after.
Okay, so you are interviewing people without their attorneys being present, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're not Mirandizing them either?
I've already objected to this line of questioning with a different attorney.
I sustain the objection.
Thank you, that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay.
EST Kevo in the back. That's EST Kevo. Nigga like he ready to pile drive a nigga in that bitch.
Good morning, Attorney Eric Johnson for Mr. Eppinger. Just had a few questions to ask you. You stated on your examination earlier that majority of your information regarding this classifications come.
Use the microphone.
Sorry, Your Honor.
All right.
Kind of tall. But you stated on your examination that majority of your, I guess,
Obama is
expertise
there,
comes from jail, listening to jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And also from reading stuff that you might see in someone's cell, correct?
Yes.
So with these jail calls, you have no way of determining the veracity of anyone that's on the phone call, do you?
Regarding who's talking?
I mean, as far as the truthfulness of what they're saying.
No.
So basically, you're taking what they're saying and speculating as to what it means, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you go into the jail cells and you retrieve the literature, you're speculating as to what that literature means, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any signed statements from anyone saying this is what it means, any signed?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
So basically, majority of the information or the conclusions that you have reached is mere speculation.
Objection, argumentative.
I sustain the objection.
So I'll rephrase
Listen, if y'all pay attention, and I'm sorry, I'm not gonna pause no more. I'm gonna let it rock for a minute from here. I just want to say this one because this has been a big debate. If y'all don't pay attention to what each one of their lawyers is arguing, they lawyers is arguing for the I think it was Obama, whoever was in DeKalb County. They arguing that niggas is not gang members. He's saying they keep asking him, you speculating that you saying that you know they're a gang member, but that's their defense. Their defense is we ain't gang members. However they try and spin it, they used to be or they whatever. I don't know how they gonna spin it because this ain't the trial and they ain't get into it yet. But if you pay attention, you see what I'm saying. They keep defending and saying, hold on, how you know they gang member? How you know this person? How you know?
Is the question, Your Honor. So, is it safe to say that majority of your conclusions are merely your opinions and not based on any particular fact?
Well, it'll be based on what I think, the knowledge I gained from what I heard.
Right. But in your opinion of that information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it's possible that opinion could be wrong.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Anybody else, any other defense counsels wish to ask any questions of Mr. Hall? Okay. Argument.
Your Honor, permission to redirect briefly?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
that the redirect is now tethered to whatever is scope of the cross.
That's federal court. Yeah, okay. Georgia has no scope. Georgia has no scope rule. Remember?
Judge, I will keep
One
it to
witness,
what has been
one
found.
attorney.
Yeah, one witness, one attorney, though, Ms. Love. You're gonna need to let your colleague handle that, though.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court provide leave and provide the state, with the court's permission, the state can have more than one attorney, and I would ask for the court's permission to redirect the investigator on the stand. Please, Your Honor.
I have some discretion in order to do that. I'll allow her to do that.
And Your Honor, I will keep my questions tailored to what was asked on cross-examination.
Okay, all right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
We ask you just reserve an opportunity to recross if necessary, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Good afternoon, investigator. Good morning, is it still, Investigator Hall? How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. You were asked on cross-examination what training that you get in order to do your job. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
What is GGIA?
The Georgia Gang Investigators Association.
And do you obtain information during training with GGIA that helps you to do your job?
Yes.
Is this information that is generally known to the public?
Not all the time.
Okay. And do you obtain information from other gang investigators during the sessions that you have with GGIA?
Yes.
Yes.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I know Honorable Deputy Attorney Melville's not here, but ask me some of the questions were asked by us already.
Well, she got here when you all started your examination, your cross, so, and she may have been here a little bit before that, but
Ask me.
Not by me, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you obtain information from those sessions with GGIA that aids you in doing your job?
Yes.
And are the sessions with GGIA open to the general public?
Yes.
Are you telling me that anyone can walk in off the street and go into a GGIA conference?
Hold on.
Your Honor, I'm clarifying.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yes, you would have to, you would have to pay, but yes, you would, anybody could.
And when you say anyone could, can anyone come in and talk or present at those GGIA sessions? Or are they limited to people within the Georgia Gang Investigators Association?
Basis.
I do not believe that this is the scope of the cross-examination.
Remember, Georgia has no scope rule. It's a thorough and sifting cross-examination. Plus, I believe that Ms. Love is just trying to flesh.
Who just said it's redirected?
Miss Bernard.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, I understand that, but it's all right. Since she's back on direct, okay. It's still there's still relevant questions related to his knowledge and experience, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Ms. Bernard, anything else, madam?
No, Judge, but I'm objecting to that.
Sure. Okay. All right.
The information that you obtain, or the information that is given out, the information through the speakers, are those speakers anyone off the streets, or are they Georgia Gang Investigator Association members and invitees?
They're members and invitees.
Okay. You were asked whether the information that you used to classify or the opinions that you draw from the information that you hear defendants speak themselves, whether or not you speculate about their meaning? Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
What is false flagging?
Claiming something that you're not.
In your experience as a gang investigator, is false flagging something that is okay to do?
No.
Why?
Because you're representing a gang that you're not a part of. It's disrespect to the gang members.
And based on the information that you've received during training and your experience as a gang investigator, are there repercussions to false flagging?
Yes.
Your Honor, relevance to this question?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Madam, you want to answer that? And then I'll take Mr. Jimenez after that. So-
Yes, Your Honor. The witness was asked on cross-examination whether or not he speculates about things. He was asked whether or not, or the significance that he gives to information that he hears defendants speak out of their own mouths. I am asking this witness to clarify, based on the questions asked during cross-examination, whether or not or why he gives what value he gives to the information that he receives. And I'm laying the foundation for that answer.
This question also crosses speculation.
I'm going to overrule your objection. Hold on, Mr. Jimenez, you have
Yes, Your Honor.
an objection on that question?
On that question, Your Honor, my ending line of question, my objection is relevance. And the basis is because we are at a Daubert hearing. We're not here for him to tell us whatever he's trying to get at. We're here only to look at the Daubert factors. I'm sorry, I kind of sound like a mistake, but we can see whether the testimony is based on sufficient facts and data, reliable principles and methods.
Mr. Jimenez, here's the thing with Daubert. When you're dealing with non-scientific witnesses like he is, the Daubert factors may not apply, but it more so you look at knowledge and experience of the expert rather than a particular methodology. So I have to evaluate some other things. I mean, I'm not supposed to ignore all the factors if there are some other factors that apply, but this pertains more so to knowledge and experience, and she's clarifying some of the things that he brought up during the fleshing out more of the direct, and they're relevant for the court's analysis as a gatekeeping function.
Thank you, Your
For the
Honor.
record,
Hold on.
to make it very clear that when we were
This
trying
nigga Thug. Why nigga Thug had to sneak a piece of candy in? Why he looked like he was sneaking one? Y'all seen that shit? That nigga Thug like, yeah, man, fuck this, man. I'm about to eat me some motherfucking nigga eating Starburst and shit. My nigga, they done gave my nigga, hey, all my niggas who been locked up, y'all know, if y'all done ever had a CO give y'all like some candy from the outside, or sometimes a CO will give you like some shit if it's a cool CO. Nigga, you know what? I remember one time CO just left some Starbursts, like they had made these combination Starbursts one time. I don't know what they was called, but they had made, and then they left that bitch, 2 of them right on the motherfucking shit. And I was in the hole, nigga. What? Hey, listen, nigga, what? Ain't nothing like candy in jail, nigga. Candy in jail is like drugs, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. My nigga Thug had it. He was like, fuck that. Camera looking, fuck that.
And she's clarifying some of the things that he brought up during the fleshing out more of the direct, and they're relevant for the court's analysis as a gatekeeping function.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
to make it very clear that when we were trying to get into very simple
pulled the Starburst out his
questions, we were objective over relevance.
My nigga Thugger pulled the Starburst out his
I understand that. I just want to say that whatever's good for the goose is for the gander. If she can ask, we should also be allowed to ask. If we can't ask, neither should the state.
Nigga had a
Thank you.
Starburst.
All right, well, remember, gatekeeping is different than cross-examination and weight and the jury's issue on credibility. Ms. Bernard?
That nigga had to get that Starburst. That nigga ain't give a fuck, nigga. They don't even sell that shit on commissary, nigga. How the fuck he get that? I don't give a fuck, nigga. Nigga had the cuffs on, nigga. Thug. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so noted.
Knife on the line.
Mr. Harvey, did you have you just stretching? Didn't want to ignore you, okay?
And for the record, it's what's
Say put it back in the suit pocket. Niggas put the wrapper in the suit pocket.
Too much sauce.
They still objecting? She sharp.
All right,
I ain't
okay.
gonna lie. The prosecution, she hurt. She
Madam,
sharp.
I've overruled all their objections. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator, would you please tell the court what it is that is, or what are some of the repercussions, rather, of false flagging that you know of based on your training and your experience?
Physical assaults or any type of assault.
And have you had occasion through your investigations and through your training to see evidence of and instances of retaliation based on false flagging?
Through my investigation, I haven't had to deal with that.
Have you seen it during your conferences with GGIA, during presentations? Have you seen instances of retaliation due to false flagging?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Basis, Mr. Menez.
I'm Admiral Farley, leading, that's what I said, answer.
I staying as the form.
Thank you.
All right.
And Your Honor, thank you, Judge. I will ask the court to, once the state does ask a question, the fact that a question contains a yes or no answer, the case law, and I can present it to the court and to Mr. Menendez, is clear that yes or no answers are not leading questions, questions that have yes or no answers. Rather, if I were to ask, isn't it true that X, Y, or Z is a sign of retaliation for false flagging? That may be a leading question, but asking whether or not, if, is this a sign of false flagging? Yes or no does not make it a leading question. If I suggest the answer by saying, isn't it true that this is a sign of false flagging? That's a leading question. But asking, is it sunny outside? Because it's a yes or no question does not make it a leading question. If I said, it's sunny outside, isn't it? That would be leading, and I'd ask that.
I would rather you just use the who, what, when, where, why, how.
I can do that, Judge. Yes, sir.
That's a lot easier.
Thank you,
Okay?
Judge.
All right.
Yes. And during your conferences and during your sessions and training with the GGIA, what type of things or information are you able to obtain that isn't necessarily available to the ordinary public? I'm asking a broader question now.
Information on different cases that's been completed and prosecuted, different tattoos from prison gangs, or different maybe videos that they have of altercations or things of that nature.
How is it that the training that you receive as a member of GGIA, how is it that you obtain information, if you do, that isn't available to the general public en masse?
A lot of the information is available to the general public as far as the basic knowledge of the gangs.
What about specific instances of gangs and crimes that are being or still under investigation?
Yes.
That information available to the general public?
No.
Now, you said you work in classification at the DeKalb County Jail?
Yes.
Why is classification?
I know who he fucking look like, yo. I finally got it who the fuck this nigga look like, bro. And I'm just gonna say this and I'm gonna let it play, bro. This nigga look like J.R. Ryder from Dipset, Cameron Diplomats. This nigga look like J.R. Ryder. I don't got no remix nicknames for him, but I'm gonna think of some. This nigga like J.R. Ryder, bro.
At all concerned with whether or not detainees are in a particular gang?
Objection, Judge.
Basis.
It was asked and answered on
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection, Madam.
Let me ask it differently. Is it,
Order in the court.
Wait till the question's propounded, all of you. All right, Madam.
would you tell the court ramifications of improperly classifying detainees as far as their gang membership is concerned?
Objection, Judge, you asked an answer when she asked the question about false flagging.
I would tend to agree with that.
Your Honor, as far as the classification, false flagging is one thing. Having someone say to an officer, I'm a Blood, I'm a Crip, I'm YSL, and any kind of ramifications that may come from that, from another gang member, is one thing. Asking the investigator what happens if they unintentionally put a YFN member in with a YSL member is a different question altogether.
I'll reverse my decision on that one. Go ahead and ask it.
So, what are some of the ramifications of improperly classifying detainees?
The inmate could be placed in a pod with a different gang or a gang that could assault him for being misclassified.
You were asked, I believe, by one of the last counsels for defense that crossed you several questions regarding whether or not you are speculating when you draw certain conclusions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you make a determination in terms of classification, do you rely solely on information from one source that is not supported by anything else?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a leading question.
I sustain the objections.
I'll ask a different question. Would it be proper to make a classification decision based solely on one thing without any other information?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also leading.
And that's an answer.
I'll sustain it.
Do you use multiple or only one thing to make your determination in terms of classification?
I'll allow that one.
Multiple.
I'm sorry, what?
Multiple.
Multiple?
Yes.
And do you take any safeguards to vet the sources of your information?
Yes.
Okay. And are the safeguards that you take means that are always available to John Q. public? Or do you have resources and databases that are law enforcement only?
Yes, we have resources that are law enforcement only.
And are those resources some of the things that you use in classification or not any of the things that you use in classification?
Those are some of the things that I use.
Okay. To work in classification, did you have to have any specialized training in gang identification, culture, and protocol, or did you not have to have any just to work in classification at the DeKalb County Jail?
It was not mandated, but it was highly recommended to have the training.
And when you say that it was not mandated, what was mandated in order for you to be an employee in classifications at the DeKalb County Jail?
Well, we had to have some type of experience on the floors, but we had to take classes sooner or later. We had to take classes.
What type of experience on the floor did you have to have when you signed up and applied to work in classifications? what kind of experience did you have to have, and what kind of experience did you represent that you had?
Your Honor, compound question.
I'll stand as to form. Just break that up, Ms. Love.
We're going to break that up, okay? What kind of experience did you have to have in order to get your job in classifications? Not the kind that was recommended, but the kind that you just had to have, baseline.
I had to have experience working the floors, actually working in the pods with the inmates and doing everyday activity with the inmates.
Why?
Because I couldn't have the position without having some type of knowledge of what goes on in the jail.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Hold on.
Ask an answer. We've been through his CV.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection now.
Your Honor, that question specifically was not asked. Why it is that he had to have that baseline experience, that was not asked. So this broad objection based on what was asked during direct.
I'll reverse myself on that one. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why is it that it was important that you have personal knowledge working with inmates in the pods in order for you to get the job that you have?
So I had to have a familiar, some understanding of what goes on in the jail and the inmates and the everyday activities of the inmates.
Why?
Because it would help me understand what I need to look for as far as investigating and conducting my classifications.
Does everybody in the general public have that same experience?
No.
Now, you spoke about what was highly recommended. Why is it that gang training is highly recommended for the job in classifications?
Because you have to know information about the gangs and identifications before you try to classify anybody.
And did you indicate on your application for the job you now hold your specialized gang training?
Yes.
Okay. And apart from what has been covered in direct and cross, what did you put on your application? First of all, were you truthful in your application?
Yes.
And what training did you put on your application that you possess that caused you to get this job?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. He doesn't know why.
Your Honor, he got the job, and I'm asking simply what training he listed on his application for the job.
That's stage 17's already been admitted, so.
Your Honor, his resume has been admitted. I'm asking what he listed on his application for the job.
That's fine, Your Honor, but she said that caused you to get the job.
That's speculation.
I'll change the format if the court will permit me to do so.
I'm still
Oh, yes, Your
going
Honor.
to sustain the objections to form.
Yes, Your Honor. On your job application, did you list all of the training that you indicated on your resume?
Yes.
Did you list any additional training that you did not indicate on your resume?
No.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about proper protocol in making classifications. Do you recall that, whether or not you have certain identifiers that you use in order to classify a person as a member or an associate of a gang? Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Is that process one that is as simplified as 1 + 1 = 2, or is there a degree of subjectivity that goes into making your classifications?
It's a degree of subjectivity.
Is that subjectivity in any way based on your own experience working with inmates and working with gangs and
Yes.
other training? And how many persons
loud as
are currently qualified to work in classifications in the position that you hold at the DeKalb County Jail? How many of you are there, if you will?
There's 2 of us.
And how many inmates would you say you have a responsibility for the classifications for?
As far as inmates in the jail, period,
Yes.
there's over 1,000 inmates in the jail.
Are the 2 of you solely responsible for making those classifications?
Yes.
And do both of you work at the same time on a particular inmate that is being classified? Or do you have different inmates that you're responsible for classifying?
It would be different inmates.
Were you asked previously how many inmates that you've classified so far?
Yes.
And how many do you know overall have been classified since you have been at the DeKalb County Jail?
Over 50. I don't have an exact number.
Okay.
Let me ask a clarification question. Is it 50 that you classified as gang members, or is that correct?
Yes, over, yes.
Okay.
JR writer or writers.
And do you classify every person who comes into the DeKalb County Jail as a gang member?
No.
How many, if any, retaliatory or acts of violence have you had or that you are aware of at the DeKalb County Jail based on a misclassification since you've been there?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered already.
I'll sustain the objection.
Are you aware of any acts of violence that have occurred as a result of your misclassification?
No.
Would you be aware? Would you be made aware that, hey, you said this person was YSL and they're YFN and you put them over here and they got beaten up? Would you be made aware if that happened?
Yes, the inmate would state it.
Would your superiors let you know?
Yes.
Would it be something that would be formally addressed with you
Yes.
by your superiors?
Yes.
And that's never happened?
No.
JR writer.
How many times have you been subjected to this type of examination? How many times have you had to ever undergo this sort of rigorous questioning?
And let me add the objection also as irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain.
I withdraw. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
You were asked by, I believe, Mr. Chada about his client in particular and what gang his client in particular was classified as being a part of. Do you recall that? You were shown some documents. Do you recall being asked about Cordarius Dorsey?
Yes.
In that regard, following up on that just a little bit, is it the case in Georgia that you can only be affiliated with one particular group, or in Georgia, are there things such as hybrid gangs or gangs where you're affiliated with more than one group?
Your Honor,
Basis.
these are compound questions that are being, and these are leading questions that are being masked as non-leading by making them compound, when she already gave him the answer she expects. There's a lot, this feels like a police interrogation, where they're telling him what they want to hear. Some of the examples are...
I got it. I agree with you. It's in terms of form. I sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are you only allowed to be associated with one group in Georgia if you're a member of a gang?
No.
Say that louder, please.
No.
Okay.
Sometimes say that louder, please.
Are there any groups in Georgia that you would have classified as a gang that has elements of multiple gangs in them?
Objection, Your Honor. This question calls for speculation.
Repeat the question one more time.
Are there groups in Georgia that have been classified as gangs that have elements of multiple gangs in them?
I'm sorry, she asked if there were any groups that he would classify as gangs that have multiple elements of other gangs.
No.
No, I don't think so. I think the question was, are there, if he can answer it, I'm gonna overrule your objection. If
Your
he can
Honor,
answer
I
the
could
question.
object to the broadness of the question. I mean, by definition, every gang has multiple elements of every gang. I mean, the answer is obviously yes.
Multiple elements of other gangs is what I said.
It's still an extremely broad question. Like the Aryan Brotherhood still has elements of Crips. I mean, what are we asking here? The question is too broad. Especially if he's supposed to be an expert in classification, and simply classification, not gangs in general.
Ms. Love, also saying this to form, ask it's overly broad.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and rephrase it if you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will.
Damn, she's so prosecutorial.
When classifying inmates for placement in the jail,
Even when she fuck up, she say thank you.
are you looking for have you on occasion seen inmates who are members of groups
She alcoholic.
that have, for instance, a person, just for example, say there is a gang called the Orange Gang, and the Orange Gang has members from the Grape Gang, the Banana Gang, and the Apple Gang. This person comes in, you see grape, apple, banana. Have you seen instances where a person comes in identifying as one gang, and that gang has elements of other gangs?
Yes.
It's that hybrid gang shit. That Woo, Chew, Pop Smoke. That's that whole mixed gang shit.
Just one more.
Not knocking. I'm just saying it is a thing. Like if you know, you know. Like it didn't used to really be like that. Now different Crips and Bloods and these niggas and these. It don't even just Crips and Bloods. It's Vice Lords and BDs and just. It's all it's different nowadays. It's 2022 shit.
And have you been asked by the state or anyone else during the course of the pendency of this trial to speak on anything beyond the classification of inmates at the DeKalb County Jail?
Have I been asked other than the
Have you
classification?
been asked to do anything other than speak about how it is that you go about classifying inmates at the DeKalb County Jail in preparation for this trial?
No.
Pop Smoke was Woo. They had Bloods and Crips in that shit.
Thank you. That's all that I have for now, Your Honor.
All right, any additional cross?
Just
He
argument.
was a Crip, but he was Woo Crip.
Well, I didn't ask that yet, okay? I asked, is there any additional cross? All right.
Do y'all motherfucking research, nigga.
Mr. Johnson for Mr. Eppinger. You were asked on redirect, basically regarding your knowledge and whether or not as to whether or not that some of the information that you learned was public knowledge. Now, let me ask you this. The gang that we were speaking about, the Sex Money Murder Gang, what area of DeKalb County do they operate out of?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, he's basically stating that the state asked him questions about whether or not he had information that was not readily known to the public. I'm trying to establish his situation.
It's still, it's not relevant for the inquiry, at least for what he's being tried to be qualified for.
I mean, it's just a response to what was asked on redirect, Your Honor.
But you're asking him something that's not relevant, so.
So, is it your position?
the objection.
Okay, is it your position today that only a person in your position would know what a gang tattoo is?
Objection, Your Honor. Grossly.
I sustain the objection.
And what's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative, grossly mischaracterizing any particular testimony.
There's a couple bases, so I
Okay.
sustain.
So, is it of your opinion that the existence of gang tattoos is something that is not known by other individuals in the public?
No.
Okay, so it is possible for members of the public to know and to be able to identify gang tattoos, gang markings, gang colors, gang insignias, gang...
Objection, compound question.
I'll break it down, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, also objection as to asking the witness to get into the province of the court in this hearing.
Your Honor, the state made numerous attempts in bolstering this witness to say that his knowledge was something that the public did not know. I believe there are 4 or 5 questions asked for that particular point. So I'm basically coming back asking, are this information something that the public would know? Because one of the factors in consideration at Daubert is that he would be able to say something to assist the public that the general public would not know.
Assist the jury.
Assist the jury of something that they commonly don't know. To basically say that he has testified that majority of his information has come from individuals in the jail and stuff that he found in their rooms and stuff like that. Although he has received specialized training about this, when he's been classified as an identifications expert. So if the identifications that he's used and he's testified about are the markings, the tattoos, gang insignias, I believe he mentioned flags and all of these other things, the state made the effort to say that the knowledge of these things are not within the purvey of the public and the common individual. I'm just merely asking questions to establish that they are, that the things that he's talked about.
Okay, all right.
So
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, is it possible for the public to know, individuals in the public or throughout the area?
Speculation, is it possible?
Okay. Well,
This has to, do you know?
do you know if individuals in the public know about gang markings?
Yes.
Has your experience and training shown you that?
Yes.
And would you say that these individuals may also know about gang insignias?
Yes.
Objection calls for
That's
speculation.
Okay. Well, are you aware that the public has knowledge of, through your training and experience, have you encountered individuals of the public who have knowledge of gang markings?
Yes.
Through your training and experience, have you encountered individuals of the public who have knowledge of gang insignias?
Yes.
Through your experience and training, have you encountered individuals who have knowledge of gang colors and tattoos?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your experience and training, is it safe to say that individuals in the public, that knowledge of these particular things is not something outside the knowledge of the general public?
Objection, Your Honor. That is within the court's purview to make a determination
Yeah, I'll
whether
sustain the
his...
objection.
No, I'm asking his opinion.
But still my determination.
Well, I believe I made my
In terms of
point.
that particular last question.
I believe I made my point, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Boss.
David Boston, Mr. Stilwell. You ever testified in court before?
Yes.
As
That's
to,
been answered, Your Honor.
I believe he said he'd never been qualified.
I don't think he's been qualified, so yeah, he can ask it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Pertaining to classifications,
Yes.
were you determined to be an expert in that area during those?
I wasn't labeled an expert.
Judge, asked and answered.
I want to know that because I don't think, I want
Yes,
want
Your
that to be clear or clarified.
Thank
I
you.
wasn't.
He was not. I don't have anything for it.
So you have not been qualified as an expert, Mr.
Okay, motherfucking see, let the old head. That's the nigga who yesterday I said like his hair you can do like this. You can take it out. You can take his hair off like a cap. That nigga might get drunk and then lean over and his hair might fall off, nigga. You see that nigga came up there, delivered. The nigga had 2 questions, 1 question. He said, man, that's all I want, man. That's all the fuck I want, man. Come on now, you gotta have an old George Bush looking motherfucker. Cause Brian still not there, but when Brian still pull up, you know he gonna pull up too. How he pulled up? That nigga asked 1 motherfucking question, nigga, and they had the nigga tripped up. Nigga, you could take this nigga hair off like this. His shit might start itching. He might be scratch the ball. You know what I'm saying? You gotta hire the experienced members, nigga.
Mr. Hall?
No.
Have you been qualified as an expert in any other area or gang affiliation or gang classification in any of the courts in Georgia?
No.
Shit.
How many you did say earlier that you've done at least 50 classifications of gang members at the DeKalb County Jail. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been a police officer since 2014?
Yes, I was a detention officer in 2014, and I was a peace officer in 2021.
Peace or police? He ain't no motherfucking police. He wanna be. He might as well just be a police. This motherfucking police ass. Shit, I ain't got nothing against him, but he might as well be a police. He wanna make the stand and he wanna
Okay. Anybody else have any questions based on the court's questions? Okay. Argument now, Mr. Jimenez.
If the state wants to go first, I'll go first.
Now, you all go first, and I'll let them respond. Can we ask Mr. Hall to start? Mr. Hall, just stay there for a second. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Sudi Chakimis, on behalf of Dorsey. May it please the court, state. It's, you know what I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask that you do not qualify him as an expert. And basically, the reason for that is because the testimony today showed that he just doesn't meet the qualifications. He doesn't meet the standard to be qualified as an expert. There's very likelihood that there is a body of work out there where people are able to classify and understand and identify gangs.
Wouldn't you have don't you have the ability, and I'm not saying your client has any responsibility to present any evidence in this case, but wouldn't that be the area of a contra expert or somebody that would come in here? Because remember, we're dealing with non-scientific specialized knowledge. So the state basically has offered Mr. Hall to say, okay, look, I've got about 10 years of policing and detentions experience. They're classified. They want to classify him as a, in their words here, as a gang classification expert at the DeKalb County Jail, and he's been in some training in terms of classification classes in 2022. He's testified about some other things. He has about 100 hours of gang training. He's listened to 1,000 hours of phone calls, and he's familiar with gang tattoos. So, you know, in terms of the court looking at that, deal with the issue of this particular expert. It may be, or I think the state's trying to qualify him by experience.
Absolutely, Your Honor. That's not the argument. No, that's, and I'm just trying to get to there. I'm going to be hopefully not too long-winded, but, Your Honor, certainly there is a body of expertise out there for people that classify people in gangs. Ideally, yes, I can call my own experts. And if that comes to that, hopefully the state won't get into that because that'll be burden shifting. I ain't got to call nobody. It's not my burden.
You don't. And I don't want you to think that that this court's going to impose that upon you either.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
But my point is, based on this, respectfully, officer, based on Officer Hall's experience, I say that yes, there's a body of work out there that makes this something that somebody can have an expertise, but he doesn't. He is not an expert. He's never been tendered as an expert. Actually, he's never, don't know if somebody's tried it before, but he's never been qualified as an expert before. I do know that with regards to the DeKalb County Jail classifications of gangs, he is top 2. But there's only 2 people there that have ever done that. So that doesn't make him an expert. I want to focus on 24/7-702, Your Honor. it shall apply to all proceedings, and a witness is qualified as an expert by knowledge, this is it, skill, training, education, may testify in the form of an opinion or otherwise. If, there's the big if, and that's when we get into the factors. The expert's scientific, clinical, or otherwise specialized knowledge, yes, there has to be, it doesn't have to be science, it doesn't have to be hard science, and that's the point. Everybody keeps focusing on Kumho tires, and that's what it said. It doesn't have, you don't have to be a scientist. It can be anybody. You can be an expert on social media. You can be an expert on Instagram and getting a bunch of likes. There's plenty of experts out there. So, sure, this body of work can be developed into an expertise, but if the knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue. With that point, in this case, I don't know how much help he can be to the jury, because when I asked him, how do you classify my client, Mr. Dorsey, he only based it on, according to him, self-admission, we don't know, we don't object that's hearsay, but self-admission to somebody else, to a party that's not even here. They can call that investigator, that witness can come and be a witness, and you know what? That comes as a statement of a party opponent. It's going to come in. You don't need to bolster it by giving somebody the nice little badge of I am an expert. It's not an opinion. If it was self-admission, then just say it. And then the other only factor, he says he had a methodology that he created, and funny enough, he's gone through all this training, over 100 hours, if his math is correct, over 100 hours of training, where...
Man, we got motherfucking 4,100 people in this bitch, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Snow Gang and No Gang, man. We up late with it, man. AKA, we up early with it, man. Smash that motherfucking like. I feel like the shit lagging, but I'm just gonna let it rock. I didn't know why y'all was calling him Danny. I thought that was his real name, but y'all trying to say he look like Danny Trejo. Y'all niggas racist. Y'all need to stop that. But shout out Danny Trejo, man. I always pass your restaurant in Hollywood, the taco one right there off of Cahuenga and, was it Cahuenga? Yeah, like Cahuenga and, it's off Cahuenga, Hollywood Boulevard to Cahuenga. But on me, nigga, I appreciate everybody in this bitch, man. Smash that like, gang.
I'm paraphrasing, but pretty much he said he didn't really learn anything from it. Whatever he heard that was good, that was a best practice, he was already doing. Jail calls, great. That's a great thing. And I'll submit to the court, absolutely, jail calls are crucial. When I used to be in the office under Mr. Howard, I would listen to jail calls like it was my iPod. I listened to those things 24/7. I was in court, I was at home, I was on my drive, I was listening to jail calls, and people say some really stupid things. You know what? Absolutely nobody said anything about my client. He claims that there's a call where somebody said something, but he doesn't have that call. He doesn't even remember who was in that call. That's the only other factor. He has not testified. He found any literature. He didn't testify as to anything else regarding to my client. So, if the only thing you have is self-admission, that's a statement of a party opponent. We're going to object to it. We're not stipulating that comes in. You're probably going to overrule my objection, but you don't need an expert for that. All you need is the other officer to say, yes, he told me that. And she doesn't need to be an expert either. Let's go on to the next factor. This testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data. It doesn't have to be lab reports. It doesn't have to be gas spectrometry or whatever the GBI experts were saying. Just facts or data. You know what data is? Intelligence, intel. What facts or data do you have about him? He spoke about it. I asked him, not even about him.
Hell.
About him, we know.
What the fuck is going on? They trying to fuck us up, y'all. They trying to shit on the gang. We just at 4,100, now we're at 26. It's because they trying to shit on the gang. You said YSL for life. What was that? Who said that? Yeah, shit done got laggy. They hating, right? How does shit just get laggy out of nowhere? Smash that motherfucking like button. He said Obama phone. How could I be on the phone, bro? I'm on my laptop, bro. On my Wi-Fi. The only other thing I got that's attached to my Wi-Fi It's my Xbox and my phone. I only got 3 items, and I got the highest Wi-Fi. You can do like 10. You could do 10 different people can be on this shit, doing 10 different shits. We got the best suit on, my nigga, right here.
Here for him as an expert on Mr. Dorsey. We're him as an expert on classification.
Matter of fact, I might need to goddamn. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. It might be the refresh game. Refresh that thing, man. Let's see how to refresh it really fast. Probably was that. I had to, y'all. Hold on, where we at? My bad, y'all. Gotta play this. I got it on mute. I'm gonna play this little ad real quick. I just had to refresh it because I ain't want that shit to smash the motherfucking lights. You said that's Verizon hotspot. No, I got the real shit. I got the white box over there. I got the real deal, bro. I won't even cap to y'all. I won't even cap. Ain't nobody else here with me. I don't got no bitch that live with me or nothing, or no roommate or no shit like that. It's just me. Nobody's using nothing. Like, it's just me. I'm just trying to make sure. Hold on. Let me see. RP Big Scar too, man. If y'all ain't know, man, we lost Big Scar today, man. South Memphis rapper, man. Hold on, where my nigga at? Right here. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Right here. My nigga Danny Trejo.
That Leo classification was as a business record.
Hold on. My nigga, he going in. You better classify him as a motherfucking badass La Raza. La Raza. Mi vida loca. Nah, y'all say he not Mexican. I'm just saying. He going in, man. I'm fucking with bruh. I want Ice Cube's son. I want O'Shea to get the fuck off the stand, though. You hear me? Oh, no, we synced that one. Hold on. Yeah, man. Let my nigga Danny get off on these folks, man.
Nothing to do with the facts of this case. They're trying to bolster people by making them experts. Again, just tender into evidence whatever that Leo classification was as a business record exception. Not saying that we agree with it. We will object to that. But it's a business record exception because it's part of classifications. When you go into the jail, you get fingerprinted. That young man or woman that grabs your finger and rolls it across is not a fingerprint expert. That is a technician that takes fingerprints. A person that asks you, what gang are you in, what is your name, date of birth, and social security number, that is not an expert. That is a technician. That is an intake officer. And that is a very honorable job. It is a risky job. Anybody that puts on a badge every morning and goes to work, whether it's in the streets or at the jail, is risking their lives every day. Does not make them experts. Stop trying to bolster all this testimony that could come in other ways. They can prove their points in many other ways by classifying people as experts. Just on this particular set of motions, we are dealing with, we've been here for a week, going into way after the court closes, on these medical experts. I was never approached and asked. I mean, I know I'm not the one, the shot caller, but we can stipulate.
Hey, one in the chat if this lawyer smoke weed. One in the chat if y'all think he smoke weed. I'm about to spark the blunt for this nigga. I think this nigga get high. He get high, he really go in. He think about different shit. Long hair don't care. I bet you if they take a strand of his hair, you know, with your hair, they can see 6 months back. You know, when they swab your mouth or you take a piss, it's only like 30 days or whatever. But when they take a strand of your hair for weed or drugs or whatever, they can get it like 6 months back, if I'm not mistaken. I never had it, but I've heard people that had it. But I bet you can find some weed in his shit, nigga. No cap. Hold on, Uncle Phil. How the fuck Uncle Phil? Hold on now. Uncle Phil. My bad, y'all. Hold on. My bad. Hold on. How the fuck did that happen? That's this mouse pad. All right, I'm gonna stop talking, y'all. God damn, my bad, bro.
I've got about 10 years of policing and detentions experience. They're classified. They want to classify him as a in their words here, as a gang classification expert at the DeKalb classification 22 gang calls, and he's familiar with gang tattoos. So, you know, in terms of the, you know, the court looking at that, you don't, and I don't want you to think that that this court's gonna.
My bad, y'all. Hey, look, for real, I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. I don't know how that even happened like that, bro. I just want y'all to know I ain't mean to do that. I'm high. I'm human, nigga. I'm only human, my bad. I got a black in my hand. I'm looking at the chat, man. Please forgive me, nigga. Please forgive me, y'all. God damn, nigga. Free thugger though, nigga.
Impose that upon you either.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
But my point is, based on this, respectfully, officer, based on Officer Hall's knowledge, otherwise, if, there's a big if, and that's when we get into the factors. The expert's scientific, clinical, or otherwise specialized knowledge, yes, there has to be, it doesn't have to be science, it doesn't have to be hard science, and that's the point. Everybody keeps focusing on Kumho tires, and that's what it said. It doesn't have, you don't have to be a scientist. It can be anybody. You can be an expert on social media. You can be an expert on Instagram and getting a bunch of likes. There's plenty of experts out there. So, sure, this body of work can be developed into an expertise, but if the knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue. At that point, in this case, I don't know how much help he can be to the jury, because when I asked him, how do you classify my client, Mr. Dorsey, he only based it on, according to him, self-admission, we don't know, we don't object that's hearsay, but self-admission to somebody else, to a party that's not even here. They can call that investigator, that witness can come and be a witness, and you know what? That comes.
My bad, bro. It's still lagging, bro. It's because I paused it, bro. My fault. I mean, not because I paused. Excuse me. It's not because I paused it. It's because I have skipped it. My fault, y'all. I'm high. Hold on. Let me let it catch up. But yeah, that nigga, he said he an expert on tacos. Who the fuck is that? Gangsta Game and said that nigga's an expert on tacos. Man, I love tacos, bro. What's y'all favorite tacos? I like fish tacos. If you ever on Venice Beach, get fish tacos from one of them places on Venice Beach, bro. My bad, gang. My bad. I'm trying to pause it to make sure we can catch up. Why is my Wi-Fi doing that, bro? I don't know why the Wi-Fi doing that, y'all.
Comes as a statement of a party opponent. It's going to come in. You don't need to bolster it by giving somebody the nice little badge of I am an expert. It's not an opinion. If it was self-admission, then just say it. And then the other only factor, he says he had a methodology that he created, and funny enough, he's gone through all this training, over 100 hours, if his math is correct, over 100 hours of training, where, I'm paraphrasing, but pretty much he said he didn't really learn anything from it. Whatever he heard that was good, that was a best practice, he was already doing. Jail calls, great, that's a great thing. And I'll submit to the court, absolutely, jail calls are crucial. When I used to be in the office, under Mr. Howard, I would listen to jail calls like it was my iPod. I listened to those things 24/7. I was in court, I was at home, I was on my drive, I was listening to jail calls, and people say some really stupid things. You know what? Absolutely nobody said anything about my client. He claims that there's a call where somebody said something, but he doesn't have that call. He doesn't even remember who was in that call. That's the only other factor. He has not testified, he found any literature, he didn't testify as to anything else regard to my client. So, if the only thing you have is self-admission, that's a statement of a party opponent. We're going to object to it. We're not stipulating that comes in. You're probably going to overrule my objection, but you don't need an expert for that. All you need is the other officer to say, yes, he told me that. And she doesn't need to be an expert either. Let's go on to the next factor. This testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data. It doesn't have to be lab reports. It doesn't have to be gas spectrometry or whatever the GBI experts were saying. Just facts or data. You know what data is? Intelligence, intel. What facts or data do you have about him? He spoke about it. I asked him. Not even about him. We're not here for him as an expert on Mr. Dorsey. We're him as an expert on classification of the DeKalb County Jail. And you know what that expert would know? He would know who is the leadership of sex, money, murder, because that's one of the primary gangs. He can't even drop one name. Just tell me one name. Your Honor, all these great attorneys here, and you can just drop names. You can say Kumo, Daubert, Miranda. You're just dropping names. Why? Because you are an expert. You know your field of expertise. He doesn't. He doesn't even know who's running that jail, because apparently that jail is ran by Bloods. And that jail has been protected by these Bloods because there's been 0 murders since my client was there, and apparently he's the leader. So thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for keeping us all safe. But that's not the case. He doesn't know anything about these gangs. All he knows is that he read a report that somebody else wrote. He's not an expert. Moving on to the next one. The testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. These methods, again, it doesn't have to be, I pour in a little bit of 5 milliliters into a beaker and I put it there into the heat for 50 minutes. No. What are your methods? My methods are same methods he keeps spitting out. I listen to jail calls, I do interviews, and you get literature. Those are the only methods. What are the best practices? When you went to Gypstick, when you went to all of these things, what are the best practices that you learned? Nothing. I was already doing it. He's so good. He doesn't need any training. I mean, this resume is lengthy, and he didn't really need it because he already knew all of that. What is the point of having training? Well, we all go to continuing legal education because we need to learn something. I am learning every day here. I am learning that, from now on, I need to refer to people as the Honorable because that is respectful, and I learned that from Mr. Steele. I'm learning so much stuff from Mr. Harvey. We're not working together. They're not in my team. We're co-defendants. We have antagonistic defenses. We're still being forced to go together, but I am learning from them because I continue to learn every day. This witness didn't learn anything from all this training, all these hundreds of hours of training. Let's go on to the next factor. The expert has reliably applied the principles and methods. Cool. Do you have principles and methods? As the gatekeeper, Your Honor, you are St. Peter. You're at the gate. You're telling people who can come in and who not. That is what a gatekeeper is. Again, I'm repeating the same thing I said yesterday. But as the gatekeeper, if you decide to classify as an expert, you're saying your principles are great. Your principles and your methods work. Yes, you came up with them yourself. You didn't need to learn anything from all these hundreds of hours of training. You already had it. But did you apply it? Did you apply it to this case properly? The only thing he has, someone else's report, and a call that he can't even pinpoint to or give it to us. He talked about a point system. He doesn't know the point system. If you ask me the Ayala factors, I can spit him out real quick. Ask him the point system for his expertise. He don't know nothing. I stopped asking questions because all the answers were, I don't know. Your Honor, Daubert wants to allow reliable and relevant evidence in. Kumo explains it doesn't have to be scientific. And General Electric Company gives us the standard. The standard is abuse of discretion. That is a very high standard. It is within your discretion. But, Your Honor, I will submit to you, this is going to be a 6 to 9 months trial. Not because of the evidence, but because of the sideshow they're trying to put up. They're trying to get everything in, everything that has nothing to do with the facts of this case. They're trying to bolster people by making them experts. Again, just tender into evidence whatever that legal classification was as a business record exception. Not saying that we agree with it, we will object to that, but it's a business record exception because it's part of classifications. When you go into the jail, you get fingerprinted. That young man or woman that grabs your finger and rolls it across is not a fingerprint expert. That is a technician that takes fingerprints. A person that asks you, what gang are you in? What is your name? date of birth, and social security number, that is not an expert. That is a technician. That is an intake officer. And that is a very honorable job. It is a risky job. Anybody that puts on a badge every morning and goes to work, whether it's in the streets or at the jail, is risking their lives every day. Does not make them experts. Stop trying to bolster.
I'm gonna tell you though, this nigga, I don't know this nigga name. Who lawyer is this? The crazy thing is, this was so crazy about their case. All of them got like separate lawyers, bro. Like, we need 200 more. Hey, smash that like, bro. Hey, oh shit. This might be a first time, bro. Y'all smash that motherfucking like. He said 200 more likes to 1,000 likes, bro. I don't remember. Do we ever get? I don't think we ever. I don't remember that. I might be tripping. We just did. We might have did it the other day. I don't know those, y'all. Man, smash that motherfucking like. But you know what I'm thinking? I'm like, it's so many people being represented, bro. This case is just like extensive, bro. Like,
all this testimony that could come in other ways. They can prove their points in many other ways by classifying people as experts. Just on this particular set of motions, we are dealing with, we've been here for a week, going into after the court closes, on these medical experts.
bro, I'm about to get you the fuck out of here.
I was never approached and asked. I mean, I know I'm not the shot caller, but we can stipulate all this medical expert. You don't need to put in, I think one of the experts that came in yesterday, I love his answers. Like one is, he's a medical expert, and he asked, have you ever been published? No, he's not an academic, but he's still an expert. Have you had any awards? Nothing beyond my paycheck, but he's still an expert. But you know what? This is what the trial is about. They are trying to get in all these people that are not experts, and if you mix them in with the actual experts, with the medical examiners, with the GBI forensic chemists, if you put them all there, then they all sound very important, but they're not. Respectfully, Mr. Hall, you're not an expert, and we ask the court that you do not allow them.
Your Honor, to the commentary addressed to the witness during Mr. Chavez's argument, please so with.
All right, I'll sustain that point.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else wish to be heard in terms of argument before I let the state go ahead and finish up?
Your Honor, Sean Hoover from Mississippi. I'm just going to bring this up because we've heard what the state's going to say. I mean, we heard it all day yesterday.
Well, not yet. But,
Well, no, we heard it all day yesterday. We read this. We heard the script. What I'm saying is they're going to harp on the fact that this gentleman said that his training gave him outside information that the regular everyday person doesn't have. The testimony that he said
well,
was
he's kind of inconsistent on that. So
agreed. But the testimony that came from this witness was on different cases being prosecuted, which has nothing to do with what's going on here, and specific crimes that are being investigated. So the state's going to get up and say there's all this outside information. I just want to remind the court, put on the record, this witness didn't tell us any of that outside information. It applies specifically here. So he is not an expert. The information that he's providing is not relevant to any of the however many co-defendants are still left in this case. So I just want to make sure that's clear because I'm pretty sure we're about to hear that again.
all right.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson for Mr. Eppinger. Your Honor, as it relates to this particular expert, looking at the Daubert factors, what that was brought up earlier, we can say that his techniques are not reliable in any way in this matter. He testified that majority, and I asked the question specifically, I'm not disputing the fact that he has received some training, but he testified that majority of his determinations and classifications comes from information that probably would not even be admissible in court. He comes from the hearsay statements of individuals on the phone that he cannot confirm the veracity of, and also statements that were written inside of a jail cell that he cannot say exactly who wrote them or anything else. And as Ms. Bernard brought up, all of these conversations take place when individuals are in custody, and most of them are represented by counsel, so would not possibly be admissible anyway. So, and also, Your Honor, as it relates to his classification and knowledge of the gangs, the district attorney who presented yesterday got up here and stated that Georgia, Atlanta has a gang problem. So to act like the public does not know about or have any knowledge about the gangs is kind of disingenuous. The state is going to allege through this trial that there's a great intersection between the gangs and the hip-hop community. So that in and of effect gives a wide range of individuals who would have knowledge about these things that we discussed as it relates to the markings, the identifiers, and all the stuff that he uses in his classification. This is not something that the public does not know about. There are 10-year-olds on the internet right now who are watching this online who know about all of these markings and things of this nature right now. So to say that he has some kind of specialized knowledge that the public would not be able to understand during the presentations of the state's course is somewhat disingenuous, and the fact that that information is based on evidence that would probably be inadmissible in court also does not make him an expert in this case. And so for those reasons, Your Honor, we do not believe that he should be qualified as an expert in gang identification at the DeKalb County Jail.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
That raspy voice. That nigga saying Jada.
All right,
Raspy.
Madam, Ms. Rosenwasser?
Yes, Your Honor.
100 more likes and we hit 1,000 likes, y'all. Smash them likes if you can hit them. If you did, I appreciate you, man. Snow gang or no gang, man. We almost there, man. I think this is gonna be a first.
Your Honor,
I don't know though.
I'd like to start my argument with a quote from the Second Circuit. Although he had never been qualified as an expert witness, even the most qualified expert must have his first day in court. That's out of United States versus Locascio, LOCASCIO 6F3D 924. That's the Second Circuit, 1993. Your Honor, this gentleman is absolutely qualified to offer expert testimony in classification of gangs at the DeKalb County Jail. So I'd like to start by responding to a few of the objections we've heard, particularly that according to the defense attorneys, gang knowledge is something that the general public has. Now, Your Honor, I don't dispute there are members of the general public that are affiliated with gangs, that know gang members, that are aware of gangs in the state, and certainly the General Assembly is aware that there's a gang problem, but that doesn't speak to the general public. I can tell you, Your Honor, when I started in the gang unit, I had a family member say, wait, do we have a gang problem? Just because these defendants are in that life and that there are people in the public that are familiar with gang tattoos and are familiar with gang lingo or gang expressions, that does not apply to the general public. We are in a big county, Your Honor, and to say that everyone in the public is aware of this specialized gang knowledge is just absolutely, completely specious argument, Your Honor. This individual testified, Investigator Hall testified, that he has specific information that he learned through training at the GGIA, which certainly not everyone can go to, and he has learned, he's one of only 2 people that can do the classifications at this jail. And if he makes a mistake,
We up late with it, man. We got 2,400 people in here, man. Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking chat right now. If you in the chat, man, where y'all from, man? Give me y'all cities and y'all states, man. We late night with it, nigga. Even if you on the West, nigga. Shout out my West Coast niggas. We late night with it. Shout out my Africa niggas. I seen my nigga from Africa was like, nigga, it's early in the morning, nigga. We late night, we early morning. We really early morning with it, for real. Depending on which morning. Nigga, where y'all from, bro? What y'all cities and y'all states, nigga? I'm in VA right now. Nigga, smoked out. You feel me? Got my good motherfucking Sid water on it, beat. You hear me? Yes, sirski. Keep your motherfucking water in that motherfucker. Hey, man, we in this bitch, man. Late night, man. This shit late night like that. It's say 9 something. Well, never mind.
people can die. And while Mr. Chadha wants to take credit for Mr. Dorsey keeping the jail safe, I think it actually speaks as circumstantial evidence the fact that Investigator Hall...
Hold on. Birmingham, Cali, Milwaukee, ATL, Texas, Sauce Walker, Fix the Internet, Nah, Gonna Eat Cheese, Cali, Vegas in this motherfucker, DeKalb County, what's happening? The Netherlands in this bitch, Nola, you hear me? Cali, what's happening? Orlando, Old Town, what's happening? Cincinnati, Indy, New Jersey, what's that? Britain, Charleston, South Carolina, London, England. You good company, bro. Appreciate you, showbiz. Jamaica in this motherfucker, that West in that motherfucker. Pittsburgh / Seattle, Chicago, South Carolina. Yeah, we late nighting it, Famous. What up, Famous? That's my nigga Famous Perks. What up, nigga? ATL, North Carolina, H-Town, hold up. I'm talking about Vegas and this motherfucker. Shout out Elgin. He said games we can't even. Montreal, North Carolina, Detroit, Mobile, Queens, New York, Amsterdam. I was just talking about y'all the other. China, STL, Jamaica, 1:30 a.m. in Texas. Hey, man. Say, man. Same shit over here, damn near. Brampton. Shout out Brampton, man. Brampton is out. That's out Canada, ain't it? South Carolina, Cali, North Carolina, Dirac, North Carolina, Seattle, Woodbridge. What up, Northern VA? He said Brit Squad. Philly was having it. Pennsylvania. Oh, my niggas in here. Atlanta, Middlesboro, England, Illinois, Texas, New York, Austin, VA, Murder, Memphis, Texas, China, California, DC, Ghana, 313, hey, Mars, California, Kansas City, via Compton. Nigga, let's get back into it.
Is reliably applying the methods, that there hasn't been a murder at the jail, that he has been able to correctly classify over 50 gang members so that there are not these incidents. The reason, as the court's aware, there is a charge in this case involving Mr. Dorsey attempting to arrange that type of thing. This investigator's job is to stop that through his classifications. That's what he does. The fact that no one has died speaks to the fact that he's good at his job, not that he's bad at his job and he doesn't know how to do it. There is circumstantial evidence that he's reliably applied the principle and methods. And, Your Honor, the question specific to, who wrote the report, who listened to exactly what, who made the jail call, that's all questions that go to weight, not to admissibility. And they are more than welcome to cross him at trial. They are more than welcome to call their own expert and say, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's wrong, my expert. I'm ready for battle of the experts, Your Honor. We can certainly do that, but that does not mean that this expert is not qualified. Your Honor, I'd like to point the court to a few gang cases that are out of the 11th Circuit, and I don't even remember which hearing I did this in yesterday, but I think I gave the court some of these sites yesterday, but I'd like to provide them again. United States versus Augustin is a pretty seminal case out of the 11th Circuit, and that's AUGUSTIN. That's 661F3D 1105. That's a 2011 case out of the 11th Circuit. And that was one of the first cases to look at gang expert testimony in the 11th Circuit. So, as I quoted yesterday, the 11th Circuit found, we note that Federal Rule of Evidence 702 does not define an expert in a narrow sense. And the court found, in the light of the substantial experience that Agent Young had with respect to street gangs, we conclude that the district court was within its discretion in determining that Agent Young was qualified to give expert testimony about the organization in question in that case. Here, we have the same situation. Investigator Hall has a ton of experience. All he does all day is make sure that he doesn't mistakenly classify someone, because if he does, people will die. He has looked at gang lingo. He has looked at gang writing. He has looked at gang literature. He has attended gang trainings. He has attended over 100 hours, even if he might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor, and he knows what he's talking about. He is aware of the different ways to classify these individuals when they come into the DeKalb County Jail. That is experience that he has. That's what he's gained from not only his training, but his years there. And as he testified on redirect, he's interacted with inmates. He knows them. He couldn't have got his current job if he hadn't spoken to inmates, if he wasn't aware of them, if he hadn't learned how to have conversation with these folks so that they will be honest with him and they will tell him what gangs they're affiliated with, and he's able to obtain that information. That's his whole job. And for the defense to claim that this is something that the general public is aware of, I think that's just absolutely misunderstanding the reality of the situation. While the general public certainly might be aware, okay, yeah, there's Bloods, yeah, there's Crips, sometimes they have tattoos, they're not going to know. I didn't know until this morning that 7 and 2 are Bloods lingo. That's something I didn't know. And I'm going to guess it's something that most of the people in the public don't know. Maybe people here do, but Your Honor, that's not going to be something that somebody just coming out of their house one day and coming to jury duty, they're not going to know that. And that is exactly the type of thing that we need expert testimony to show, because the general public is just not going to be aware of those intricacies that someone is going to learn from years doing gang investigations, speaking to gang members, listening to thousands of hours of jail calls, and basically having these interactions day to day with gang members, Your Honor. This is the exact type of experience and knowledge that's necessary. That's why we need to have these experts to explain. So it makes sense why we're doing this, and we're not just calling someone off the street to be like, yeah, I think he's in sex, money, murder. No, this is someone who has understood that and can make the classifications and can explain why they've made those classifications. In United States versus Wilson, that's another 11th Circuit case. That was 2015. That again goes to the qualification of a gang expert.
What's the citation?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's 634 Fed APPX 718. Now, in this particular case, the court found that where the defendant testified about his, I'm sorry, Your Honor, where the detective testified about his experience and his training, and that how he had spoken to multiple gang members and about the gangs themselves, and showed the connections between the gang and why that was related to the case, the court found that that was going to be sufficient. And I want to point out something specific about Wilson that I think is important. At Penn site 727 in Wilson,
I can't lie, this bitch on her shit. Her between that black lady with the booty, with the big booty, with the hips, or whatever you want to call it, between her and this white girl today. No, I remember both of them, but I'm just saying today. Hold on, did anybody else from the prosecutor speak today? I don't think not yet, but she going in, bro. She vouching for him, but it's like she just keep going. She just keep fucking going, bro. But she making points. I can't cap. She's making points.
the particular gang expert that testified in Wilson was actually admitted as a general gang expert. This particular gang expert didn't actually have any direct information about the appellants in the Wilson case. He just testified about the background of the gang. And the court found that that was acceptable. The court found it didn't matter if he did not have personal knowledge if any of the appellants in that case were in the gang. It was that he was able to provide that specialized background about the Bloods gang in that case.
Let me make sure y'all caught up. My fault, y'all. I be forgetting when I hit that pause button. It be throwing it out. Sometimes it be. I can't find my 25-foot Ethernet cord, but I have one that's like not 25 feet, but it's definitely probably like maybe not even 10. And I don't feel like moving it, you know? You say your internet bad, man. Fuck you, nigga. Who is that? Johnny Coleman. Fuck you, bitch. Nigga. My shit don't always be like this, man. Y'all niggas been done to switch on me, nigga. Y'all niggas gonna switch on me, nigga, one time because it's a storm outside, nigga. Y'all finna fucking switch on me, nigga, because it's a storm, bro. I'm pausing this shit, too, for the catch up. We reacting to it. We're not just watching it. We ain't just stealing the content. We go interacting with that shit, nigga. Y'all gonna switch on me about it because it's a fucking storm. Y'all know it's finna be snowing like a motherfucker. If you ain't in on the East Coast, the South of fucking the United States, you don't know it's about to be. It's a storm. It's going crazy. It was good. Come on, man. Don't switch on me, flip on me like that, man. Supposed to be locked in, man. Y'all gonna talk that shit, man. We over here. That's crazy what y'all doing, bro. And it ain't everybody, but it's some of y'all. That's crazy what y'all be doing, bro. Hit the fucking like button, bro. You ain't probably hit that bitch. I know who did, though. I know the ones who did. I know their names. That's crazy what y'all doing, bro.
Based on his training and experience and his the fact that he knew about how these gangs worked, his history, the traditions about gang membership, the distinction between West Coast, East Coast Bloods. He was able to explain statuses in the gang. He was able to explain tattoos in the gang. And that's a lot of what we heard today from Investigator Hall. And Investigator Hall even does have that boots on the ground knowledge, but I wanted to bring Wilson to the court's attention to explain that it's not a question of specifically, okay, it's whether he's an expert in this particular field. what he knows or does not know specifically about Cordarius Dorsey or what he's
Part
done
of
on.
it is application, though.
Absolutely, Your Honor, but
Yeah.
I wanted to point that,
Daubert does require that, when you have training, when you have,
Hakeem and
with
Cosmo, I'm about to
non-scientific,
kick y'all out, nigga.
specialized knowledge, you still has the testimony still has to be
Y'all
based
bitch
on
ass out,
data,
nigga. Watch the shit by
reliable
yourself,
principles, and the experts reliably apply the principles to the facts in this particular case.
yes, Your Honor, so I mean, we wouldn't call him if he had no knowledge of DeKalb County jails or any classifications, but I wanted to point the court to Wilson to show how far that is stretched, just to show the court that this is not a
Not getting paid
situation
for
where
this.
he's in no way involved. Wilson absolutely
Demonetized.
applies. And the court
Listen, I'm really doing this because I love the culture. I know y'all love the culture. We love the culture, nigga. I'm not getting paid for this. Nothing. If you've been clicking on my channel for the last month, if you notice nothing, you don't see no commercials. You used to see them, but you don't see them, nigga. You're gonna disrespect me because I press pause. We reacting to this shit, nigga. We ain't just trying to steal the content and just watch it. We gonna talk about the shit. We gonna break the shit down, man. Y'all niggas don't give a fuck about what nobody else doing it, nigga. Show me that love, nigga. God damn, bro. I gotta beg for that shit? Fuck you mean, nigga? Like, I could be doing a ton of other shit than just screaming this shit. This shit ain't no light shit, bro. This is a court case. I gotta stay in tune like y'all gotta stay in tune. Stop the cap, man. Show a nigga some love, though. The fuck, nigga? Just respect a nigga, bro. We watching this shit together, nigga.
in Wilson specifically found that this was something that was likely to assist the jury because it shows the import of the evidence in evaluating the alleged gang activity underpinning the conspiracy charge. Obviously, we have a RICO conspiracy here, and we also have Mr. Dorsey charged with a gang activity count as a result of his actions in the DeKalb County Jail. So that is directly related, Your Honor. And the court found that this was highly probative, and here's why. They said evidence of the appellant's membership in or affiliation with the Blood Gang tended to make the prosecution's theory of the case more likely. So it was admitted in this case. Your Honor, another case out of the 11th Circuit that I'd like to point the court to is United States versus Lobo Lopez, LOBO-LOPEZ, 468 Fed APPX 186. That's an 11th Circuit case from 2012. And in that particular case, an individual was qualified as a gang expert. That individual testified that he had been assigned to a gang task force. That individual testified that most of his job focused on one of the gangs at issues. He testified that he'd gone to training at various conferences about gang activity. He testified that he had been involved in gang investigations and that he participated in surveillance of gang members approximately 50 times and had interviewed 50 gang members during his career. The court affirmed the admission of this expert testimony. The court found Rule 702 does not require that a court rely solely on an individual's education to qualify him as an expert. Rather, the text expressly contemplates that an expert may be qualified on the basis of experience. Here, and I'll just say the expert's name to make it make sense. Here, the expert testified to extensive experience in investigating the gang, surveillance the gang, interviewing the gang members, and training with law enforcement on this gang and another gang that was related. Accordingly, we cannot conclude that the district court abused its discretion in qualifying this individual as an expert on that particular gang. Specifically, the court found that the expert's testimony, quote unquote, shed light on the various rules, terminologies, and methods of the gang, and they concluded that the testimony was proper and that it should be admitted, and that the court properly admitted it. And there's a lot of cases from other states, too, with this same, other circuits, too, and I do want to note that Rule 702 doesn't just confine courts in this state to looking at the 11th Circuit. It actually says specifically to look to all federal courts and other states. So, briefly, Your Honor, United States versus Ledbetter, that was out of the 6th Circuit. And the district court, in that case, a notable line that I want to point out is that an individual was qualified to testify as a gang expert, where the court found, notably, this line, the district court sensibly noted that it could not imagine too many people having more credentials. So essentially, he said he's one of only 2 people that knows how to do this. He has the credentials, he has the experience, he has done this, he knows how to do it, and if he does it wrong, people will die. So he has a real incentive to do it right. And the fact that nobody's died speaks very, very highly to his abilities. Your Honor, additionally, specifically, the court found in that Ledbetter case that the gang testimony helped the jury to determine whether the charged gang was a criminal enterprise.
What's the citation for Ledbetter?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. That's 929 F3D 338. That is a Sixth Circuit case from 2019, and the spelling of Ledbetter is Ledbetter. And additionally in that case, and this is at Penn site 348, the court said, as we said in United States versus Johnson, which is another case, courts generally have permitted police officers to testify as experts regarding drug trafficking as long as their testimony is relevant and reliable. There are innumerable trades and practices that employ their unique devices and codes that may mean nothing to the untrained observer, but may speak volumes to a maven qualified by experience or training. So I think that's what we have here, Your Honor. Contrary to the defendant's statements, while maybe their clients or someone else may have detailed inner workings about how a gang operates, your average layperson in Fulton County certainly does not know that 2 and 7 are Bloods lingo. They don't know that a 5-pointed star tattoo can go for the Bloods. They don't know this. This is exactly the type of stuff that he has learned only from years and years of interacting with gang members at the county jail and classifying those gang members. This is not something that you could take any old person off the street and just do. You couldn't. I've been working on this case for, 7-8 months. I think I'd do a pretty bad job trying to classify gang members because I do not have that same experience. I don't know what he knows, and I'm essentially a gang prosecutor, and I don't know that. So what he has to offer is way beyond the ken of the average juror, Your Honor. This is exactly the type of thing that experts need to inform the jury about and explain why they're able to classify folks in the DeKalb County Jail. Your Honor, United States versus Hankey, Hankey, that's 203 F3D 1160. That's a Ninth Circuit case from 2000. And in that particular case, it just again says the relevant reliability concerns may focus upon personal knowledge or experience. And it also says what I like to point out in this case at Penn site 1169. Here, the witness had devoted years to working with gangs, knew their colors, signs, and activities. He heard the admissions of the specific gang members. He had communicated and worked undercover with other gang members. This type of street intelligence may be understood as either remote or hearsay, but FRE, Federal Rule of Evidence 702, works well for this type of data gathered from years of experience and special knowledge. That's exactly what I've been saying, Your Honor. He knows things that I don't know, and I'm sure a juror doesn't know. Maybe one juror might, but I can tell you, Your Honor, this is not the type of thing that every juror is going to know. There are jurors out there that might not even recognize what the legislature has, that we have a serious gang problem. They are going to need to be educated, and he can provide that education. That's exactly the purpose of expert testimony. Again, Locasio, I provided the court to that site earlier, and that again says, just because an expert's never testified before doesn't mean he's not an expert. Sometimes we have to be the first ones to pave this ground. And I think, Your Honor, it's important to note, of course, that 702, as applied to criminal cases, is brand new. So we're doing a lot of these. If it sounds like we're doing stuff for the first time, it's because this is a brand new statute, and we're having to make sure that they're qualified in a way that maybe we were not having to before. So that's why we're here today, Your Honor. And again, I'd also like, in Fourth Circuit, United States versus Thomas, 490 Fed APPX 514, a gang expert was qualified. Here it just said, this is important about the factors. The Daubert factors simply are not applicable to this kind of testimony from a gang expert whose reliability depends heavily on the knowledge and experience of an expert rather than on the methodology or theory behind it. Here, the extent of the officer's knowledge and experience was sufficiently probed, and the district court did not abuse its discretion. I'd also like to point the court to a case called United States versus Archuleta, ARCHULETA 737 F3D 1287. That's out of the 10th Circuit in 2013. Specifically, what I'd like to point the court to in that is that in that case, the court found that the average juror is unlikely to be aware of those facts. Those were facts referred to structure and activity of the gangs. That's exactly what I'm saying here today. Although there are some people that might know that, that's absolutely not knowledge of the average juror, Your Honor.
A lot of your argument, though, Ms. Rosenwasser, focuses on, on testimony that might be for a gang expert and for some of the factors that the court considers.
Some trial shit.
I'm not saying, but you're going. Do you have anything that's more recent that our circuits have done? The 11th.
She going trial mode, and it's like, bro, how you going trial mode, and we ain't even at the trial yet, bro. And the prosecutor, they getting mad every time that the defense do that when they object. Y'all setting the tone, bro. Stop capping, bro, or don't cap. Anybody, defense or anyone. I mean, a level of cap is needed, but not no wild shit.
Circuit or any other circuits post enactment of our 702 and the Daubert requirement.
Well, Your Honor, the federal courts were operating under 702. So the Wilson case I gave you was Your Honor, was 2015. They were doing 702 before we were. We essentially just adopted their rule. So all of their holdings are going to be applicable here. And so a lot of these cases are fairly recent under the federal court. So I don't have anything from after we adopted that in 6 months ago.
Do you have anything from any of the federal circuits that interpret 702 or Daubert since then?
Since
or recent pronouncements, like after 2020, let's say after 2020, 2021, 2022?
Your Honor, I can certainly provide that. The court will give me a moment, but what I want to, the law hasn't changed for the federal circuits. It's only changed for Georgia.
I understand that, Mal. I understand that. I'm not saying it isn't, okay, but there are some other civil and criminal cases that appear to interpret when you have a federal cases that when you are talking about non-scientific.
Drink that good motherfucking water, nigga. They interrogating the shit out of this nigga. I'm gonna tell you one motherfucking thing. I got these good salt and vinegar chips right here. Kettle. One time for everybody in the chat, man. Smash that like if you did, man. I appreciate y'all being here, man. I'm high as hell. I still got I got a nice, yeah. Still can smoke. Yeah, I mean, still can sip too. You hear me? Let's see if I can do it.
Scientific areas of specialized knowledge. So the inquiry goes back to Kumo, and it says that the Daubert factors don't necessarily may not apply to testimony. It depends on the knowledge and experience of that particular area.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Your Honor.
And it references Hankey, which is a Ninth Circuit case, but it's you look at Daubert, Kumu, Hankey, 702. For example, I'm looking at MedCorp versus Airmark Sports and Entertainment LLC. Entertainment Service LLC. It's out of the United States District Court of Arizona, April 23rd, 2021. It's a slip opinion. 2021 Westlaw 1597897, and it talks about Daubert analysis is applicable to testimony concerning non-scientific areas of specialized knowledge, Kumu. However, the Daubert factors may not apply to testimony that applies to knowledge and knowledge and experience of the expert rather than a particular methodology, Anki. Finding the Dauber factor does not apply to police officers' testimony, but they talked about that issue. But an expert qualified by experience may testify in the opinion if his or her experiential knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence and determine a fact and issue, as long as the testimony is based on sufficient data, is a product of reliable principles, and the expert has reliably applied the principles to the facts. 702 in Dauber. So, and of course, it does, the advisory committee that talks about amendments to 702 talks that vigorous cross-examination, presentation of contrary evidence, and careful instruction on the burden of proof for traditional and appropriate means of attacking shaky but admissible evidence under Dauber. But even though that's a civil case, it kind of gives me some roadmap in terms of what I'm supposed to look at in terms of non-scientific evidence, which this would be.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I believe Your Honor stated the factors exactly as I've stated them. I think that is the analysis. I think, and I've just been trying to provide the court.
Well, how do we know he applied these correctly to this particular facts and circumstances? And I haven't heard any testimony about that. That's kind of, I've only heard one thing. I've heard that he made a statement to another, and as Mr. Jimenez mentioned a little earlier, you may have some foundational issues in regards to that, but I'm struggling whether or not he applied it to Mr. applied it correctly to.
Is the judge finally showing love to the thugs, though? Is the judge finally showing love to the thugs, though? Now you question her? Man, question this shit, certain shit you want to question. You sit back, you high. Uncle Philip Banks.
Mr. Dorsey. Now, you haven't told me and you needed this evidence for some other reason other than classification, but and it hasn't been brought out in terms of that, but that's my concern with Mr. Hall.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that, first of all, as I've stated, we have circumstantial evidence that he's reliably applied his methods generally, and the fact that no violence has occurred, that he's been doing the classifications correctly.
That's a stretch.
I mean, Your Honor, with these experts, it's different than when you have, for example, a scientific test, you put it in, did it show cocaine?
Let's just say, as a general proposition, I'm glad that people who are in custody haven't been harmed in DeKalb County. But the fact that he's classified may or may not necessarily go to that particular issue. So.
Well, Your Honor, I think the fact that Mr. Dorsey, his ability to discuss that Mr. Dorsey is a member, that he was classified as a member of Sex, Money, Murder, and how they did that classification, I think that's absolutely how he applied his methods, and it was reliably done, and that can be inferred by circumstantial evidence. And it's different with these gang experts because they're essentially testifying about, they're not testifying about the results of an experience.
Did he testify that Mr. Dorsey was a member of Sex, Money?
Your Honor, yes, he testified that they classified Mr. Dorsey as a member of Sex, Money, Murder. That was my belief about what he testified to. He also testified to that he listened to that he heard communication showing that Mr. Dorsey was a high-ranking member in the jail. That was the testimony that I recalled. And Your Honor, if the court would like me to provide additional case law, that
I don't need more case law.
Or if the court would like further questioning, we would have no problem with the court reserving ruling and revisiting this later should the court wish to recall him at a later time if the court feels that this is not ripe yet.
All right. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna take the matter, I just need to take the matter in advisement. I'm gonna hopefully make a ruling in, but after we have a comfort break. So, let's reconvene at 12 o'clock and then we'll go.
Say it again. Can you excuse me?
I'm over here chewing gummy bears. This is a judgment. What y'all think so far? This just the hearings. This is like fake, like pre-trial, like introductions, like seeing if people who gonna go up to the shit, like the witnesses that's gonna be on the trial, like the evidence that they can actually use in the trial, what they can dismiss, if they can dismiss the whole trial. That's what this is. You know what I mean? Hold on. Okay, we'll start right there. You said, what is it? Legal servant said Thug beating his case. He said, Munchie's my boy. Yeah, I'm high as fuck. I bought him. You said I was eating them chips too. I still got some more of them bitches. I got like a little like pause. Like do I think Thugger making hooch? I think they got Thugger locked in his own cell. Like he on some like shoe shit. Like he on some like by himself shit. Like whole like if he in the pod, then yeah, he probably can drink. I'm pretty sure Thugger probably in. Thugger probably smoke weed in there. I got a deputy, a CO, a deputy. Well, it's deputies for the county sheriff. I got a deputy give him some weed and not tell him. Let's do it. Real shit. That CO can be like, or that deputy can be like, man, I gave Thug some weed, like a little point, nothing. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe some extra food for sure. Let's go. Back at it. Bitch, shut up, boss. Man, y'all go sit the fuck up, man. I had to skip forward, nigga. Man, I'm about to start blocking y'all niggas, bro. How you do that? How you block them niggas? You guys in timeout, bitch. Stop being rushy, you asshole. See, look, this shit ain't even. I ain't do this.
That this.
We test fire evidence.
See, man, you being rushy and shit, and they ain't even doing their job. Bitch ass. Who is this? Jay Kilgore. He ready to throw some dope on your ass. You can throw a whole 8-ball on your ass. So nigga, you can throw a whole ounce on your motherfucking ass. Or some crack. Heroin. Make you like you ready. You like, nigga, what the fuck? Kilgore, man.
Islands. What it does is it takes high definition 3D images of cartridge cases recovered from crime.
Talking. We gotta hear this.
Form.
my statement of qualifications for everything that I've done with the police department.
Is State's Exhibit 18 a fair and accurate recording of your qualifications? Is it your resume?
Yes.
And is your resume, as it is reflected in State's 18, accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 18 as evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, States 18 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kilgore, you indicated, you stated that NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistics Network. Did I hear you correctly?
National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Would you tell the court what exactly that is?
Yes. NIBIN is a conglomerate of currently 272 computer systems throughout the United States, Puerto Rico, and the British Virgin Islands. What it does is it takes high-definition 3D images of cartridge cases recovered from crime scenes and also from cartridge cases from test-fired firearms that are confiscated by the department. It has a complex algorithm that assigns that cartridge case a value. It then searches the database for any other cartridge cases in the database to see if there's any similarities between the two.
Who maintains that database?
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And is that also known as ATF?
Yes.
Would you please, using State's Exhibit 18, would you please read into the record the other training that you have listed on your resume and the firearms principal duties that you have listed on your resume?
Hold on, I just want to make sure that this nigga ain't playing. He's the real police. Is this the real police?
So we receive firearms and firearms-related fired
Oh, he's
cartridge
slamming
components from the APD property unit. We enter that evidence onto our Justice Tracks software program. We test fire evidence firearms. We enter those test fires and evidence onto the IBIS system, which IBIS is a subsection of NIBIN. It's the Integrated Ballistic Information System. We then correlate results for potential leads and hits on IBIS. We prepare reports, and I'm capable of in-house training on the NIBIN acquisition system.
And would you turn over and read from your resume the listing of other training that you have in NIBIN? I believe that it is on page 2 of your resume. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you read your other training?
Yes, I'm a graduate of the Smith & Wesson Automatic Pistol Course, graduate of the Forensic Technology Incorporated Integrated Ballistics Identification System Data Acquisition Course. I'm graduate of the Forensic Firearm and Tool Mark ID course, graduate of the Sig Sauer Automatic Pistol Course, graduate of the Colt M16 Series Armorers Course, graduate of the Sturm Ruger Automatic Pistol, Revolver, and Rifle Course, graduate of the Smith & Wesson M&P Pistol Course, graduate of the Advanced Firearms Firearm Tool Mark ID Shooting Reconstruction Course, attended and graduated for the Glock Automatic Pistol Course again, attended the Advanced Armament Silencer Shoot and Seminar.
Man, listen. I just want to say, man, if you don't ever want to be in this position, there's only one simply thing you should do. Stay the fuck out of from around gangster shit and like scandalous shit. Like, bro, literally last year this time, literally, and even earlier too, like even 5 months earlier. Well, I ain't gonna say 5. I'm gonna say like last year this time, like 4, 5 months earlier. Young Thug and them was on the Billboard charts 100, nigga. Slidey, slide. I was playing that shit out before I pull off. You know how you gotta play something before you pull off? Yeah, I play Slatty, bro. Or I play Bubbly, or now look at game. And you know what's funny? I ain't gonna say I always thought they was capping, but everybody pretty much always thought that like Young Thug was on some, in the beginning, it was on some funny shit or capping or no, that nigga was they was really putting in praying, allegedly.
2008, attended the Advanced Armament Silencer Shooting Seminar 2009, attended the Manufacturer's Annual SHOT Show January 2010, graduate of the Smith & Wesson M&P Pistol Rifle course, attended the BATF NIBIN Correlation School, attended the Forensic Ammunition Service ammunition class taught by George Cass.
This type of nigga gonna shoot you on accident.
Attended the Forensic Firearm and Tool Mark Identification course taught by Don Micko.
You gonna be an innocent black.
Attended the Basic Metallic Cartridges and Shotgun Reloading class taught by Tyler Black.
Free Thugger.
Graduate of the Glock Automatic Pistol course. Attended the BATF NIBIN Authorized Trainer School. Completed the IBIS Tracks HD 3D Match Point Brass Tracks and Bullet Tracks e-learning module. Graduate of the Glock Armor course.
So he know everything.
And C-Glass review of ISO IEC 17025 requirements.
Tell the court, if you will, what is it that the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab consists of?
Currently, we have the NIBIN unit, and we have the fingerprint identification unit.
What is it that the NIBIN units specifically do, and how are they utilized?
Again, we take cartridge cases from crime scenes, and we test firearms that are confiscated. We enter those into the NIBIN database to see if any potential leads come up.
Can anyone off the street come in and access those NIBIN units?
No, it is a lockdown access by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They have to grant you access and password to get onto the system, and they are currently utilizing fingerprint identification to be able to log on also.
Do you have to have any specialized training in order to utilize the NIBIN units?
Yes, you have to have attended the NIBIN acquisition school to be able to access the system.
You talked about acquisition and correlation.
Yes.
Please explain to the court what those two terms mean in the context of NIBIN.
Acquisition is when we actually take the photographs of the cartridge cases. Correlation is when you review the results of the results that come back once it's been submitted to the database.
How many employees work currently in the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab that have access to the NIBIN units?
Currently, there are only 5 people that have access to the login system.
What are their positions?
4 are, including myself, NIBIN technicians. The other position is our lab manager.
And what is it that your lab manager does?
She is actually a firearms examiner, so that she's able to review any results that we get.
And distinguish, if you will, for the court, a firearms examiner and a NIBIN technician.
A NIBIN technician, we only enter the stuff on the system. A firearms examiner can confirm whether or not cases that we get as a potential match are actually linked together.
If you, as you put it, only enter stuff on the system, why is it that being a NIBIN technician or accessing NIBIN units requires such training as you described for the court?
Because you have to be able to look at the cartridge cases and know how to put them in and the exact reason you're putting them in order for the correlations to come back correctly.
And what is it that distinguishes you as the lead NIBIN tech from the other NIBIN techs that work within the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I have more years of experience. The next person under me, the most she's done is she's on her 6th year.
Now, as a NIBIN technician, and specifically the lead NIBIN technician, do your duties entail test firing weapons as they come into the crime lab?
Yes, it does.
Why do you do that?
We test fire the weapons so that we can enter that cartridge case on the NIBIN system to see if it has any potential links with any other crimes.
And explain to the court what you mean when you say cartridge case.
Cartridge case is one of the four components of a cartridge. So a cartridge consists of the casing, the primer, the gunpowder, and the bullet or projectile.
And when you speak of a cartridge, are you talking about what ordinary lay people would just call a bullet?
Yes.
An unfired bullet?
Yes.
All right. And does the number of cases that you entered into the NIBIN system at all inform or expand your knowledge in the field that you work?
Yes, it's a constant learning position. So anytime a new firearm comes out, the markings and everything on the casing could be different. So anytime something new comes out, it's always changing. So you're constantly having to keep up to date on new technology.
Why is it that it is important, if it is important, for you to be aware of that type of information?
Because the way the NIBIN system searches, it can search by firing pin impression and type. There are several different types of firing pins out there. You've got elliptical, you've got circular, you've got rectangular. So if you don't put it in correctly, then it will not search the correct database to be able to deliver results.
How many test fires or how many weapons have you test fired during your time as a NIBIN technician?
I've test fired in excess of 7,500 firearms.
How many shell casings have you had an opportunity to place into NIBIN?
In excess of 21,000.
And have you been designated a trainer of any sort with respect to NIBIN?
Yes, I'm a NIBIN authorized trainer.
What do you have to have qualification-wise in order to be designated a NIBIN authorized trainer?
The ATF has a training course where they bring you in and teach you how to teach other persons to use the system so that they are using the same protocols as everyone else.
During the course of the pendency of and prior to the indictment of the case that you've been called to testify for today, have you scanned casings into the NIBIN system for the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And would you please tell the court how it is that you ensure the accuracy of the results that you gain as a result of those scans?
When we scan those in there, we have to review them when we do the correlations. We also have a secondary person review those correlations also to see if there's any errors that were made. And then if any potential leads are found, a third person will look at those to see if there's any type of mistake.
And have you done that with each piece of evidence that you have placed onto the NIBIN system?
Yes.
Would I, an ordinary layperson, be equipped to walk into the Atlanta Police Department crime lab, even if I'm escorted with someone, and place a shell casing into NIBIN?
No, you would not. You have to have access to the computer and you have to be trained first.
If you gave me access to the computer and I went up to the system with a piece of evidence in the form of a shell casing and placed it into the system, with you standing there next to me, would I, an ordinary layperson, without your training, background, and experience, be equipped to understand any output or results?
You would not.
Explain to the court what it is exactly that happens when you take a piece of evidence and input it into the NIBIN system?
We put the evidence in. It takes upwards of 7 to 7.5 minutes for it to take all the pictures of the cartridge case. Again, it's high definition 3D imaging. Once it does that, it assigns that cartridge case a numerical value, done so by a complex algorithm. Once you submit it, it then takes and searches that value against any other cartridge cases in the system to see if there's any similarities close enough to call it a potential lead.
And this high definition 3D imaging, is it in the form of, or conducted, or captured by any kind of particular microscopic camera, or is it just a regular?
It's a microscopic camera at 40 power magnification.
How many?
40 power magnification.
And when you say submit, it then submits
Yes.
the image. What do you mean?
It downloads to the data concentrator where all of the other cartridge cases are stored for it to search.
And what is it that your training allows you or causes you to do that I wouldn't be able to do if I went up and just put a shell casing into the system?
You wouldn't be able to open the system up without having an access code password to be able to get into the system. And then you would need to learn or know how to create the case.
How to do what?
Create the case, which is putting all the parameters in, the case numbers, the caliber, the firing pin impression shape. You would have to know how to do all that to be able to open the system up to insert the cartridge case.
And is it the experience and training that you have recited to the court that affords you the knowledge that you have regarding those parameters, the firing pin impression shape, the caliber of the ammunition, which allows you to then enter or input that evidence into that system?
Yes.
Is that information that is known to the general public?
Not generally.
And I should say absent specialized training that you described for the court here?
Correct.
Just one second. Your Honor, the state tenders Jennings Kilgore as an expert in NIBIN technology.
All right, does anybody want to voir dire Mr. Kilgore?
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm going to need a little bit of clarification if I can. He'd be intended as an expert in NIBIN technology. I'm not quite sure I know what that means. Is he just the expert in explaining what the system does? I don't know. What does that mean?
Your Honor, Mr. Kilgore has testified as to his training and experience that allows him to speak specifically about the results from NIBIN. I don't want to use the word examination because there is a separate person that does the firearms examinations. But the results of the input into the NIBIN system of leads that are generated and evidence that is input into NIBIN. This is a technology that is background and training specific. The ordinary person on the street wouldn't be able to speak intelligently about what a NIBIN lead is, what it does, what it means. So yes, NIBIN technology.
But I haven't heard him testify about results that come out of the NIBIN or if there's if there are any charts, if there are any conclusory, any reports. I haven't heard anything about that. Essentially, it seems as though he's being tendered as a witness who can say that this is how the machine works, or this is how you input the information into the machine. It might be a little bit more technical than that, but it doesn't sound as though this is something that requires expert testimony.
Well, the word you just said, technical, Mr. Adams, is the reason why it's a subject matter that would be, that the average person wouldn't
Technical
know.
meaning it's a machine. I mean, I can put something into a Canon copier, but I can't tell you how the Canon copier works or explain anything that comes out of it. So it sounds as though he's being tendered.
Would you like to lodge an objection?
No, I guess I'd like to voir dire him.
Okay.
Your Honor, prior to Mr. Adams having that opportunity, as I'm happy to yield the floor to him to do, I'd also, in addition to NIBIN technology, tender Jennings Kilgore as an expert in the utilization of the NIBIN system itself. Thank you.
Okay. Utilize NIBIN technology and its utilization?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Adams, go right ahead, sir.
Yes. Mr. Kilgore, did you, were you assigned to do anything, to conduct any studies or analyze any reports or any results of anything in this case?
Yes, well, with the NIBIN system in general, the correlations is where we view the results of the cartridge cases that we submit to look for any potential leads.
Okay. And so were there results of submitted cartridge casings that you were tasked with looking at?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a report that has that information that you reviewed?
We do have reports at the lab on the cases that we submit.
Okay. And do you have those reports here with you?
I do not.
Okay. Are you in a position to explain anything that is in those reports, exactly what they say, how they're interpreted?
I would have to look at each one. If it has a NIBIN lead, it would say in there that the two cases, there was a potential lead between the two cases. And when we say potential lead, that means that the NIBIN system, as well as us with our eyesight, has found enough similarities between the two different cartridge cases to warrant further microscopic examination by a firearms examiner.
Okay. You said us and the NIBIN system. So you were actually tasked with looking at something, at a report of some sort, a generated report, and making some sort of conclusion based upon your review of that report?
Yes.
Okay. And where is your report or your conclusions that you arrived at?
Our reports are on our computer system back at the crime lab.
I'm going to have one moment just to take a look at what's been handed to me by the state. One moment, please. This has not been tendered yet, am I correct?
I will tender that as State's Exhibit
It'd be 19.
Okay. May I approach the witness briefly?
You can, sir.
All right. I'm going to approach you and show you what's been marked as, well, it's not intended. It does the purpose of identification. It has a marking on it as State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize what it is I'm showing to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me, if you would, without going into the substance of it, what it is generally.
This is a NIBIN report where we have entered cartridge cases onto the system.
Okay. Now, let me hold on to that a second, if you don't mind. So this is a report that's generated based upon information entered into the NIBIN system. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there additional either reports, graphs, readings that go along with this report?
No, that would be a final report.
Okay, this is a final report, and this was prepared by yourself, is that correct? Okay. Is there anything else that's generated by the NIBIN system other than this report?
If there, not for just a general report, but if there's a lead, then there's an additional report that we do if there's a NIBIN lead.
Okay. Was there a lead?
Not on that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have no additional questions for the witness.
All right, anybody else?
You don't have one.
Yes, before you were so rudely hijacked by Mr. Adams, but you were closer, so.
Well, in essence, it's taking the fingerprints off the cartridge, correct?
Yes, sir, it works with the same concept as the APHIS system for fingerprints.
But you're not the one that actually tests whether the cartridge came out of a particular gun or not.
No, sir, I cannot make a determination if a cartridge case definitely came out of the gun.
These are just a preliminary test.
Correct.
Then you go to the firearms examiner.
Yes, sir, for a final report and confirmation, a firearms examiner would have to microscopically examine it.
Right, and that's done by a microscope, not this highly technical machine.
Yes, sir, they use a comparison microscope, and they look at it through the scope with their eyesight.
And they look at the same thing, the firing pin, the mark.
Firing pin striations, markings, everything.
Marks on the cartridge when it comes out of the gun.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Okay, any argument? If there's no argument, I will go ahead and designate Mr. Kilgore as an expert in NIBIN technology and its utilization. Okay, all right.
Do it, nigga.
Mr. Kilgore, what I'll do at this point in time is, sir, I'm gonna temporarily excuse you as a witness. The state and/or the defense of the court will call you at a time certain in the future.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, as I represented to the court and to Mr. Adams that I will be tendering State's Exhibit 19, I'd like to tender it.
All right, any objection, States 19? All right, States 19 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have Mr. Tanner available?
We do, Judge.
Okay, let's go ahead and call Mr. Tanner, please.
Your Honor, Mr. Tanner does have a PowerPoint presentation as part of his presentation.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this court.
Nigga, that bulletproof vest on, that nigga really ain't playing no motherfucking games, you hear me? Nigga like a nigga Brian Nichols. If you know who Brian Nichols is, you don't know about Atlanta in the court. Brian Nichols? I went to court like a session after Brian Nichols. Or like maybe like later that evening, like nigga, and I was supposed to go early in the morning, like. But you had some other shit.
To be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
You may lower your hand. You may be seated once you step. For the record, please state your name, spell your first and last, and state your occupation. Please stick to the microphone.
If I may, Madam Prosecutor, where is that PowerPoint presentation located in the discovery material?
He brought that today. I can send it to you via email if you'd like.
Well, as we have an opportunity to at least take.
I'm just going to recess in place. Why don't you just pause, show it to those that are here that want to send in your sir.
The fuck? Well, they went to recess. Here we go. They went to recess. All right. You said you want to go to recess and it ended. So.
Number 13.
As to
Hold on. One time for the fucking gang, nigga. Smash that motherfucking like button, niggas. Hey, smash that motherfucker, bro. Just hit the fucking like, bro. Did we hit 1,000 yet? Do we hit 1,000 likes yet? Man, if we hit 1,000 likes, man, y'all niggas gangsters a motherfucker, nigga. I swear to God. Did we hit 1,000 yet? Let me see. Hold on. Y'all niggas. Hey, I been fucked with y'all niggas, but that's crazy. Let me see. We got 1,000. Shout out to the motherfucking chat, man. Smash that motherfucking like, man. No gang, man.
Through 31. Question 31. Okay, the next is page 9. Anything on that?
Yes, Judge. Question number 37.
Yes, sir. And that is, this case involves the arrest and charge of 28 individuals. The alleged events surrounding these arrests have been said to have occurred between January 2015 and April 2022.
Okay. Has that been adjusted? I made a note, and I'm looking at the printed one from previously. It has says Young Slime Line.
Yes, Mr. Adams, that the fuck did nigga say?
And Sergio Kitchens' name.
Gunner. Hold on, what the fuck? They just mentioned Gunner name, bro. What Thug and them at? Oh, Thug and them gone. Oh shit.
Surrounding these arrests have been said to have occurred between January 2015 and April 2022.
Okay. Has that been adjusted? I made a note, and I'm looking at the printed one from previously. It has says Young Slime Line.
Yes, Mr. Adams, that language is removed.
Okay. And Sergio Kitchens' name.
All the names and the reference to the YSL gang.
Okay. Where it says
the judge heard Gunner name.
A company known as Young Slime Life. I would suggest that perhaps be.
You don't. There's another. We sent out another copy. Yeah, we adjusted that one already, Mr. Adams.
We have one.
As to what?
Question number 37.
In terms of 40, what about 52 through 57? What?
124 has a typo.
Or they just going through paperwork.
But if so.
About accusation. I've got, the court's got.
They just going through paperwork.
The question is.
And it's David Rogers with the D, R-O-D-G-E-R-S.
Misspellings and shit. They're going through misspellings. I ain't know they filmed that too. I guess they got to film the whole shit, right? Give me the 25K, gang. Shout out my nigga Nat 3, you hear me? You hear me? Y'all know we gotta do it like this. Stone the way we can do it, nigga. I'm finna spot me a blender. Finna spot me a blender. You know. Yeah. Free Thugger. Free Thugger. What's y'all favorite Thugger songs? Send me some Thugger songs. I'm gonna play some Thugger songs. That was the whole court day. They was filling out paperwork and rearranging paperwork at the end of the last fucking hour or two of that shit. Man, free Thugger, man. One thing about it, they going through due process, nigga. So as long as they going through the correct procedures, you know.
Why self-life?
Real shit, nigga. Real nigga shit. You heard me. Yeah, I'm my New Orleans shit. You heard me. You heard me. No, for real.
Why self-life?
Life. I'm I'm about to spot this blunt, nigga. Damn.
We got London on the track. Nigga, horses don't stop, they keep going. Yeah. You can lose your life, but it gon' keep going. Why not risk life when it's gon' keep going? Yeah. When you die, somebody else was born, but at least we got to say we ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money. We ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on some money, we ran on some digit, we ran on some money.
Come on, man. We run up them digits, we run up that motherfucking money, man. Everybody in this bitch, bro. Damn, this is like my second time running this bitch back for the motherfucking game, man. You hear me? Y'all know what's next after this, man. Smoke one, man. I need to roll dog one, man, but I'm gonna go smoke the roaches. These some nice side roaches. I got like 8 of them bitches, nigga. I'm gonna smoke them, nigga. Cause I only got 2 more leaves, so yeah, I'm gonna smoke, nigga. You hear me?
Why self life?
I'm gonna let that bitch go.
We got London on the track. Nigga, horses don't stop, they keep going. Yeah. You can lose your life, but it gon' keep going. Why not risk life when it's gon' keep going? Yeah. When you die, somebody else was born, but at least we got to say we ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money. We ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on some money, we ran on some digit, we ran on some money. I'm leaning like I'm on the field for the Hennies. I talk lots of shit like my bitches are dangerous. They didn't know me once, so I left them with wishes. You know it's a drop when you drain and can't flip it. I'm living big, I swear to God, I'm Luke, ain't kicking. Money, turn up, mama, gon' snout her some dope, her hair great like a grandma. You know my ice blingin' like Dolce, like a panda. Roll it, hold it, I couldn't control, shout it like a channel. My racks are squeaking on that pot and I hop in that Rari, I crank on like water. Horses don't stop, they keep going. Yeah. You can lose your life, but it gon' keep going.
I press the headphones.
Why not risk life when it's gon' keep going? Yeah. When you die, somebody else was born, but at least we got to say we ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money. Oh, we ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on some money, we ran on some digit, we ran on some money. I'ma move me so no like confusion. I'ma go in that bitch with a ruler. I'ma toast me a nigga like Schroeder's. I'ma keep it right back cause I'm booler. I know some roller spaces like a duelist. Yeah, I'm screaming on my God like Coolin'. When I snort it, I feel like I was aborted. If I ever died, baby, you better drop what's for. I been getting money before the music for Pandora. I just do this shit when I get bored. Nigga, horses don't stop, they keep going. Yeah. You can lose your life, but it gon' keep going. Why not risk life when it's gon' keep going? Yeah. When you die, somebody else was born, but at least we got to say we ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money, we ran on the digit, we ran on that money. Run it up. We ran on the digit, we ran on the money, we ran on the digit, we ran on some money, we ran on some digit, we ran on some money. We got London on the track.
Oh Lord. Y'all know we gotta do best friend. Y'all know how we close out, bro. Y'all know how the fuck we close out, bro. Man, if you next to your best friend, whether it's a person, a blunt, a drink, a gun, hopefully it ain't a gun, because we don't want you to have no guns unless you're legally able to have a gun. Then, you know, have a gun. But if you next to your best friend right now, watch this. If you next to your motherfucking best friend right now, let them know. Did my best friend, did my hey. Big old booty, be a message from Tessie. Almost get on the nigga gonna catch me. Cause did my best friend. Hold back, go bestie. Nigga living TTG and everything is still on fleek. Bad bitch rolling with me, she don't stop and she on saying so bad. $100,000, I might buy my jet on fleek. Yeah. Let me tell you how I spent a couple hundreds today. I done cut back on that lean, I'm on that Hindu say. Ain't no talking when you see you better shoot in the face. I got a money big, can't wait to replace. Thugger, Michael Jackson, Thugger, moonwalking. Yeah. Islam body tools up, what up? Recipes Big Sky, man. Recipes Big Sky too. I'm play Big Sky after this too, nigga. Hear me? Hold on.
Best friend, where yours at?
Ricky Rap! You did! Hey, what the best
Why
friend
like bitch?
Yeah, fuck you, your mom, anything else. I want y'all to go fucking crazy when that beat drop. You did.
Young free to go.
Yeah, where your best friend?
That's my best friend. That's my best friend. Big old booty bitch message from Texas.
Whoa.
I'm a skeet all the nigga gonna catch me. And that's my best friend, my best friend, my best friend. Nigga live in TTG and everything is still on me.
Whoa.
Back and rolling with me, she gon' smile and she on me.
Whoa.
$100,000, I might pay my shit on.
Let go.
Take a butt scoop.
Whoa.
Swagger. Bitch, I'm bleeding back.
Like what?
Like. Hold up. Nigga. Huh? He that booty, just like.
Turn up.
He know that booty. Lay that bitch down like they do. No type of bitch, eat that wood, eat that wood. Supply your bitch, I got pistols, no wood. I want tacos that'll make it. Helicopter chopping with the bug. Stuck the rice inside the milk, man, that other side, nigga, curve. And my river louder than the speaker. Yeah, my niece is hanging with the beater. If you ever find a better keeper. 37 cameras for the sneaks. Going
Free
out like
Thugger.
Oscar
I need all free thuggers in the chat right now. I need drop free Thugger, free slime, man. Drop your snakes, man. If you fuck with Thugger, drop it in the chat, nigga. Just cause a nigga ain't looking, you don't know if a nigga gonna look later. And guess what? That don't even matter neither. But just do it cause you want to do free Thugger.
Love y'all, appreciate y'all.
Man, yeah, you know, free Thugger, man. R.I.P. Big Scar. I can't disrespect Big Scar, you know, cause I ain't disrespect Thugger. They just went to two different shits. Two different type of, you know what I'm saying? I gotta do So Icy Boys. Free Fujiano, free Pooh Shiesty. Hey, we gotta. Damn, I done put some shit in them. Oh, I ain't put no space between that motherfucker. Hold on. Pull before on the pineapple snapper. Come on, man. Big Scar, man. Brrr. Big brrr. Big brrr. Pull up before on the pineapple snapper. Like a movie living for out. What that nigga? Big Scar was, that nigga had that voice. He was real meant that music. That man had that music, man. Real Memphis nigga with that music, man. Like, no joke. All jokes aside, I'm not even joking. Like I'm saying, nigga really had that real Memphis sound, that music, nigga. Like, that ain't SoundCloud. That ain't goddamn. That nigga Big Scar had that shit with him. You hear me? I ain't gonna lie. I'm dead ass. I ain't even gonna cap. Like, I can't cap, because if I'm capping, then that's Big Scar. Like, I'm not disrespecting nobody else who passed away or nothing, but that nigga had potential to the, man, that was Gucci artist too. He had cosign. He had the whole shit. He had the whole thing. You said play Jay-Z. I gotta play Big Scar, man. I gotta play. This is my favorite jump, sure. This, when I first heard it, I didn't even know. I thought this was just Fujiano by itself. I said, oh no, this is all three of them niggas. Or I mean, this ain't Fuji. Is Fujiano on this bitch? I think so. This Fujiano, Big Scar, and Pooh Shiesty. Freedom Boss. Nah, real shit, man. R.I.P. motherfucking Big Scar, man. Like, you was a legend in the making, nigga. I'm pretty sure he got hella shit that he definitely on that underground shit, man. That Memphis shit, that music shit, man. But he's a legend in the making, man. I can really say that in the making, he was a legend. You could just hear it from his shit. He was gonna be on some Memphis shit, like hard though, like going crazy though, like, you know what I'm saying, like real shit. I ain't gonna cap. Run this shit, man.
Take key, fuck these niggas up.
So Icy Boy. Let's go.
Let's that like R.I.P. Scar in the chat, nigga.
Big brr.
R.I.P. Scar in the motherfucking chat, nigga. Free Thug in the chat, man. Free Pooh Shiesty, man. Free all of us.
Let's go.
Put in my snake with that Glock and go ride. Pull before on the pineapple snap.
Life like a movie, I'm flipping through chapters. 17 months, I done turned to a rapper.
Say who want to smoke 9-4 like counter. She want the friend, give a fuck about the pound.
Hey, broad day like toe tag, we whack. Every day buying new guns, we act.
Big from the bed, make a tap. Brand new hunt, 2 stick, can't count. Come to the point where I'm trying to relapse. About twice, nigga, that's relapse.
Drinking my pen, now I walk with a limp. I'm feeling offended, I'm taking it out. Bitch, it's a robbery, better not move. Start scripting them naked, I'm shaking them down. I look perform with hoes on stage. I just be picking bitches out the crowd. On the Glocks, no throwaways. We shoot to kill, get shot in style.
I done got rich, now a lot of nigga nerds. Man, been with the scissors, no curves. Shooting on the corner, had them young nigga purrs. I drop back, cause the light short early. Early, yup. Fix me ass with the chopper like a surgeon. Me and my bro take a bath in the turd. Now it's red about the bleeding on my feet like a virgin. I still sell a bow with a stove by a curve. Try still pump a young nigga, put the word in. Peas, I'ma get to it early. Rich nigga, yeah, you know I'm still served.
I ain't gotta touch no money out of my deal. Nigga been getting to it, now we just getting noticed. We still in the hood on the green box poster. Sitting up shop every day, we open. If you want some dangerous shit, I promote it. If we want slime, we probably was scoping. I gotta play, you just gotta be cool. Give me some time, let me put it in motion. Hey, you know they look up to slime a little dude. It ain't number one to me, you nigga bogus.
You nigga bogus. Come on, Scott.
I done came more hoes saying I'm cocky. I'm cocky. Bad hoes in a hotel lobby. Dripping over like a 6-day faucet. Like a fall my shit, I'm a host and I'm toxic. Too cocky. Still bad, hit them with the rock. Still rock in the hood with them hitter with the spotty. My chop bullet sound like Kyrie. My bitch quit school, now she rich, y'all full rich. Niggas talking down on my head, I can know it. Y'all dog hit the gas, yeah, fluid. I'm hit you in the eye like fluid. A drip, take a bitch overboard. Drip, splash. So ice. Gang. Yeah.
Make a nigga put his grill in, you hear me? RP motherfucking Big Scott, man. Shit crazy. It's been a pleasure with y'all, man. Free Thugger, man. Y'all let me know what the fuck out there, man. Like, I'm subscribing.